Did the counter get stuck at 1? That's funny. Hello. Oh. 'Tis I, programming and game designing man, here for additional programming and game designing, I suppose. Yeah, hi. Make a counter dev stream to fix it. Yeah.
Oh, hey, thanks.
Gogsy123 just resubscribed for 23 months. I must resist to say the funny number.
Yes, Gogsy, very good. Thank you for 23 months. Hello. How's it going? Oh dear. Very good. Thanks for 23 months. Shame that wasn't during Just Done Quick. Wearing long programmer socks? I am not wearing any socks at all. Does that count? Anyway, hi. Welcome to Game Dev Stream. Here's where we got to last exciting episodes. I have a button that I can push. I push the button, the game runs. We got the basic fucking frame-dependent gameplay in or whatever. I can hit these cubes and then, yeah, whatever. And then I can pause. I get like a pause button up the top right. I can press to pause the game. And then I also have these two buttons. Can you pause buffer perfect movement? Does that answer your question? We got this button to unpause and this button to go back to the main menu. That's where we're at. No art or anything yet, obviously, but I'm not worried about that for now. We will continue with the red cubes, although Faye did suggest a very important change to the art. Actually, no, I can't really do that. No, never mind, I can't really do that. I was going to make all the red cubes Romics, but if I do that, their size is messed up, and I'd rather just keep them as a single pixel for now, so can't do that. But oh well, never mind. Right, anyway. Oh yeah, and if we die, it goes back to the main menu. We made like a game state machine, right? Like a game state. Yeah. Although this should have been like, these should be classes or something, but never mind. I think I need to make a... Okay. So, at the start of the day here, day 3, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this... Wow, like I didn't suggest that before. Yeah, I know. But I think I'm gonna change this enum. They're gonna make them into. Oh, you're talking about the Romics falls. Sorry, whatever. I'm gonna make this into like a class, a bunch of classes, and then what we can do is we have a current game state that's like a class game state, and then in process we can do like process game state. In change current game state we can do like, you know, change game state or whatever to the current one, and then the class will handle it. So if it like needs to pause and all that good stuff, we can do that there. Yeah, it's just gonna make my life a lot easier later when all the game states are gonna be different, right? So in Global Controller, how do interfaces work again? I need to look this up. Where is thingy? C# interface. We're gonna have a little old Google here, or DuckDuckGo as it is. I like this website. So you just say an interface. Yeah, okay. And it implements the interface. Okay. So... yeah, okay. Simple enough. So let's do a little old interface. We'll make it at the bottom here. We'll do interface. We'll make a I game state. And, oh, why didn't that work? Is that not like that? Game state, current state, game state, git. No. What was... We would want a void process. We'd want a void change. Wait, would I not be implementing this every time? Oh, I don't need this GD print anymore, that's for certain. No, I suppose I wouldn't need to do all this. Change pause state will just call this in this, right? So we'd have a change pause state. A change game state. Okay. Anyway, we'll get to this. I'll re-implement all of this in the classes. Although that's a lot of re-implementation. Maybe I should just do an inherited. I'd have to re-implement it for every single class. I don't know if I want to do that, actually. But I suppose it wouldn't be quite as big as this. But I'd be a lot of game states. There'd be a lot of game states, like all of these. That's a lot of classes I'd be writing. At that point, I might as well implement game controller into that instead. Nah, actually, I changed my mind. We're not doing that. No, we're gonna leave it like it is for now. Fuck it. I keep changing my mind on this. At least I deleted that print or whatever. Because, like, we don't need process, really. Because we have, like, a different object. Like, the game controller is the gameplay, game state controller, right? But, but then the game controller is going to have to know when we're at gameplay start and gameplay ends. So then why even have these, right? Because then I'd have to have a switch here. Like, I don't know if all of this, like, gameplay stuff, it's in its own CS script as a class. But maybe that should just be in the global controller. Ah, man. I like having it as a separate object, though. Ah, fuck it, we'll do it like this, whatever. I'm keeping it like it is for now. That's just simpler. Right, okay, anyway. Hi, sorry. Interesting, Frozen. What the fuck? Global control will be too big, I agree, yeah. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Global control would get fucking massive if I just implemented everything in that. But the problem is having different objects is that the game controller...
Day_Cree just subscribed.
The game controller needs to... Maybe this, like, gameplay start, gameplay, and gameplay end. Maybe this should be in the game controller, So maybe the global controller should just know that the gameplay script is handling it, and the actual game controller itself should have these micro states, right? Like we're not keeping track of where in the main menu we are, like what main menu thing we're in. Yeah, that sounds better. So we need an enum for a gameplay state, don't we? Yeah. So we need a public enum of gameplay state. Why does this hate me today? And we'd running. Okay, what else does it suggest? It doesn't. We'd have intro. We'd have running. Yeah, and we'd have end, I guess. And then here, we don't need this, and we don't need this. We just need that. It's going to break some stuff, though. That's fine. We can just remove this and remove this. That should work. And we just go to the main menu when we die instead, yeah. And then when we die here, we just go to main menu. Yeah, so the game controller should handle all of the gameplay states. I guess this should be called gameplay controller. And this should be called game controller, not global controller, but the naming is kind of shit all over the place. Yeah, I think this makes more sense. So we'd have a current gameplay state. And equals gameplay state.intro when it's so when the game controller is created, we go to the intro. Right now, though, we don't have a... I need to zoom out like a smidge more. I hope that's still readable. Right now, we don't have... This doesn't do anything, obviously. Block risk controller. Huh. Right, GTA 6 before Rockstar, yeah. Oh, yeah, did I say thanks day_Cree for the tier 1 sub? Sorry, I don't know if I heard it. I was thinking about stuff when you did it, right? Sorry. Hello. Thank you. How's it going? Sorry. Gameplay state. I would like to actually export this so we can see it in the editor in case that's relevant. Same with this. We should export it just so you can see it in the editor. Might be useful. So then, when we're ready, we do all this good stuff. Then we set to do add gameplay intro stuff. And then we do current gameplay state dot.
Oh, hey, thanks.
Current gameplay state
Kaskujin just resubscribed for
running.
13 months.
Thanks, Kazkujin, for 13 months. Hello, how's it going? Thank you. Thanks for 13 months tier 1. And hello, Ash. Chat GPT doesn't know anything about Godot 4. The latest one it knows about is Godot 3. So it can't actually help me here. As good a meme as that would be. So then when we die... Yeah, there we go. So when we die, we go to the end of the gameplay. So, like, what I'm thinking is the... Oh, I need to close Google Drive, because it's doing the bullshit, where it's eating my files. Okay, it actually closed today, that's good. Yeah, I'm thinking that, so the intro should be like... Actually, I should probably have... This should be like here, and this should be like here. So I'm thinking, okay, so here's what I'm thinking about for the gameplay. So state. So the global controller just handles the overarching game state, right? So we just have whether we're on the intro screen, or the main menu screen, or the gameplay screen. That should be all handled by the game state. Then the game state, depending on the global controller, depending on these states, creates scenes which have other controllers in them. So we got the game controller and the main menu controller. The naming is all over the place with these. Maybe I should rename these classes. But so the game controller, which is the gameplay controller, handles like the gameplay state. So whether we're in the intro with the gameplay, which would be like, you know, an animation of your character flying in, or oh, shit, threw my pen away, or whatever else like that, right? Then running is just like the main gameplay loop. And then end is like, you know, oh, you died, here's your score, and here's the high score of all your friends, and all that stuff, right? Like that sort of screen, right? So that would be that. And then the main menu screen will also have its gameplay. It's a main menu state. So the main menu will have its own state, and that's like, you know, whether on the title screen, or whether in the options menu, or whether we're in, like, you know, credit screen or anything like that, right? Like that would be in the main menu's game state. So we have, instead of having it all in the global controller doesn't know what the gameplay is doing. It just knows that it is. That's all it needs to know. And then the gameplay controller handles everything else. I think that makes way more sense. So we sort of like, instead of, I could just put it all in the global controller, but then this is going to get absolutely fucking massive and disgusting, right? So, you know, if I want menu stuff, I go to the main menu. If I want game control, I go to the game controller, blah, blah, blah. It makes this so much simpler, yeah. And then, like, this is better architecture as well, because if we had multiple devs, like, one person would work on the main menu, the other person would work on the gameplay, and they wouldn't need to, like, interact, like, both edit global controller, right? So this makes a lot more sense. I like this a lot more. I just need to rename these damn classes. We gotta do this. Let's do main menu controller.
Oh, hey, thanks.
How do I...
Hella Chonky just subscribed.
I need to... There should be a rename that option. There we go. That should work. That should have worked, I hope. Let's build and see what happens. That does work. Okay. Fantastic. So main menu controller, and then I can rename this script to main menu controller. Okay. That deletes it from there, but then I can open it, and hopefully everything's fine. Okay, right. Build that. Okay, that's better. That's a much better... That's a good rename. That's a good rename. And thanks, Hella Chonky, for the tier 1 sub. Hello, and Kazkujin. Did I say that already? I may have said Kazkujin already. But yeah, thanks, Hella Chonky. Oh, this is content. With which paradigm do we confuse Josh today? What? And hello, Melis. I would expect San Andreas 2, not GTA 6. That's tomorrow's title. But yeah, okay. So main menu controller, global controller, and I guess I should rename this gameplay controller. And we'll rename the script to gameplay controller. Okay, that's much better. Okay, right. The name is a lot more consistent now, the naming. I think I need to rename the scenes as well, though, right? The scenes can fucking be named the way they are, whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, and the game still works. Yeah, and nothing is horrendously broken. Okay, fantastic. Alright, okay. See, like, I'm not making much progress in gameplay-wise, but I am, like... This is just fundamental, like... system building, right? Like, I need to do all this low-level architecture stuff in order to progress. Because this is the stuff that I don't do when I make a game jam game. I just, like, do the first thing that comes to my head, get it done, and then, like, jankily build upon it. And then later on, I realize that the system's fucked and it's too late to change it. Yeah, I'm making it easier for future Josh to build the game out. Exactly. I'm just making, like... I'm making the foundation of a house instead of, like, rushing the foundation and then having to jank the house on top of it.
FSZ __ just resubscribed for 28 months.
So this is just better. I need to stop getting upset with how long this is taking. Remember that this is really important, and I'm making, like... I'm making the foundations very slowly, and this is good. When curling... Exactly, curling's foundations are completely fucked. Like, Twitch plays curling. Exactly. So, it's exactly why we're not doing that this time. Not a game jam game. Nice and slowly. And thanks FSZ __ for 28 months of Prime. Hello. Past Josh is not a prick. He thinks about future Josh. Yeah. Alright, but with that said, I think it is time I did something fun and work on gameplay a bit more. Let's not worry about more architecture stuff. Let's actually work on gameplay for a second. So... Let's actually do gameplay. So what have I got? Implement alternate slider control scheme. Implement some kind of difficulty scaling. Fix out render order. Okay, whatever. Let's just work on the running bit. What do I want to do for gameplay here? So yeah, let's put my game designer hat on. What do I actually want to do? It's kind of hard with all the just red squares. So obviously this is like stupid hard for the start. I'd also want to be a lot more maybe zoomed in than this at the start. I need to suddenly stop being a programmer and start being a game designer. I need to think about that for a second. I don't remember how the other game started. So I gotta remember, I need to be, if I'm doing game design stuff, I really need to be doing this on my phone, really, and not on the PC. Because that's what the primary thing is gonna be, obviously. Okay, debugging's on. I get the debug button. Oh, why did I not get the debug button? Hello? USB debugging is enabled. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no, it isn't enabled. What? Okay, USB debugging. Always allow from this computer. Go. Okay, now I have the button. There we go. Right. Remote build. Or, not remote build. Remote launch? What is this called? Remote debug? Something like that. Yeah, yesterday's stream was the escape key press stuff, yeah. I got pausing working yesterday. So I guess gameplay-wise, what I want to do is... We need, like, difficulty, obviously. The game runs at 16:9 on my phone, which is interesting. Yeah. So, okay. We need to figure out... The game runs so much slower on my phone, but that's because it's V-syncing to 60 FPS and not... not like 100 or whatever. 144. Because I made it frame rate dependent. We need to not do that. I need to figure out... Someone said about Godot timers the other day. We need to write logic for how difficult to make things. So there needs to be a hidden difficulty value. And as the difficulty goes... The better you play, the more the difficulty needs to go up, I think. But then we also need to give more points for the difficulty. We need like a difficulty multiplier. Because... So do you press buttons to move, or do you have to slide your finger? I want both options, Soviet, but right now it's press to move. You press the right side of the screen to go right, left side of the screen to go left. And yeah, I need like a button for boost or something. Let's think of it. Where's my vague notes.txt? Oh, it opens in this. I mean, I guess that's fine. Oh, that's actually more than fine. I can do this. That's interesting. Oh, sick. Okay, I like the text editor in the thing. You guys can't read it though, can you? That's a problem though. How do I open it in this? There we go. Now you can read it. Ah, but I can't close it like I could in the other thing. That's upsetting. Damn it, I like the in-editor version of it. Can I just zoom in? Oh, I can just zoom in. Okay, that's fine. It's still less readable, I think, right? But that's okay. So we can get rid of a load of these. We don't need collision. So we would want... We can leave that. So we need some kind of difficulty system where the more difficulty equals more points, so good players don't game the system into being easier. Instead, they want it to be harder. So we need to have it so that, yeah, the more difficulty, the higher the difficulty, the more points you get. So we need some kind of multiplier. So like we need to, whoops. So the difficulty should be based on how well the they're playing. Yeah, that was so like lining up for cubes early plus missing cubes is a minus, obviously. How else do we determine how well they're playing? See, in the other games, you could move in 2 dimensions and not just 1 dimension. So you could go up and down. So you could hit the cubes before they even get on the screen, pretty much. But here we don't have that ability, because I want to keep the controls simple, so we can only move left and right. So we can't go to the top of the screen to hit them early. Oh yeah, like how long, yeah, length of game plus stupid thing. Yeah, that makes sense. What other ways to determine? So we want it needs to be like smart difficulty system. So I can't just have like the player pick easy, normal, or hard, right? Like it needs to be a smart difficulty system that changes and balances itself. You'd have like a hidden difficulty score, maybe. So it starts at like 10, and the better you play, the bigger number it gets, and at certain thresholds we do different things. No, I'm not making levels, Ash. It's like an endless arcade thing. It's not levels. Yeah, score will be multiplied by difficulty factor. That's right. That's what this sentence at the top says. Like Tetris style? Yeah, I mean that has like screens or whatever, right? But I don't really want to do that. I'm just trying to think of other ways to determine how well they're playing. It's kind of hard to say right now.
Hello.
Hello.
Have you had any breakfast yet?
Yeah, I had my sandwiches, didn't I, that I made yesterday.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were
Ow, were you going to offer to make me breakfast?
Well, I was going to make some soup because I thought you might as well just have lunch now.
Ow. No, it's okay, I'm not hungry yet.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
You want to give me a shout when you want your soup?
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Alright.
Oh, that screen looks cool.
Yeah, it's my vertical programming screen. Are you... I mean, I can
Oh,
like...
it's so big.
I can
Oh,
do
that's
that.
control.
I turn the camera off.
No, it's fine.
Oh, okay, alright.
Your monitor's so huge.
Well, it's...
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's why I have this arm, so I could do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And look, the stream, the stream layout, that's why how it's like that.
Yeah.
The size, yeah. Yeah, and also very helpful when I'm making a mobile game, because the mobile game is also vertical, right? So
Yeah.
it fits.
The
Otherwise it's like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about difficulty scaling stuff at the moment.
It's so colourful.
It's code, yo.
Yeah. When like we were at school and stuff, it didn't look like that though, did it?
No.
It was just all text stuff.
Yeah, you'd be looking at just a text file.
Yeah.
Yeah, now modern IDEs, like I can't remember what IDE stands for, but like a code editor. Modern ones are like, yeah, good, and they help you like a lot. Like I could...
Yeah, it's way easier to look at.
Yeah, and if I type like current game state equals, I get like, you see this list of all the possible things it could be.
Yeah.
And stuff. And sometimes if it predicts what I'm trying to type, I could do like vector2. Well, it's not doing it a good job of it at the moment, but
Who codes the coding programs though?
yeah. Oh yeah, let's see. Sometimes if it tries to autofill, tries to guess what I want.
Yeah.
So because I have if equals 0, I equals 0 here, it's like, oh, maybe he wants if it equals 1 here.
Yeah.
And I can just like literally autofill this. It's like super useful, yeah.
Yeah, who programs the things that do the program?
Well, this is by Microsoft
Oh.
Visual Studio, but there's loads of different ones.
Clever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Integrated Developer Environment, that's what IDE stands for.
Oh right.
There you go.
You put your Lego games in.
Yeah, there's somewhere to put them. If you're on Godot 4, there's a pop-out Windows, as far as I know, or Game Dev Stream. Right.
Did chat see this then?
Yeah, they see
Sorry.
all of that. They see. Yeah.
Why does
Yeah.
that do that?
It's just the screen, isn't it? Yeah. But yeah, they well, that's OBS. That's what they're seeing. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Hmm.
I'm watching Futurama.
Oh, you're watching Futurama.
Yeah, one of the new episodes is about. Oh no, you haven't seen the Dune film, have you? Or you know about
I know of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of literally the episode after where we stopped watching is a Dune episode. Where
Right.
They go to the planet, and then Zoidberg eats the spice.
Of course he does.
Yes.
Yes, that makes sense.
And his eyes go orange.
Oh no.
Cool. Okay. I'll leave you.
Okay. Okay. That's alright. Okay. Hmm. Bye. Yeah, I'll let you know when I want soup with a nice bread. Yeah. Okay. Itchy nose. Okay, bye. Right, what was I doing? The difficulty should be based on how well they're playing. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to determine factors, right? We'll just leave it as that for now. So like have yeah, okay. Do you plan to lower difficulty if they start to perform worse? Yeah, I have that here. If you start missing cubes, difficulty goes down. But the difficulty still needs to slowly increase because you have to kill them eventually, right? So like, yeah, over time the difficulty will just always increase, but I want like other ways of increasing the difficulty temporarily. Well, not temporarily, but early, so that there's like some skill element to it, right? Like if you play better, you get more difficulty more fast. Maybe. But it's hard to know, like maybe playing worse and prolonging the game would make it so you get more points. It's hard to know. More difficult equals smaller blocks. The difficulty is... It's like... we want this here, right? So it'd be... so the size of the game field would increase and decrease. Or I guess the size of... all of the cubes, right? And other elements would increase and decrease based on the difficulty, but then also the speed of objects increases tied to difficulty, and then the rate of spawning objects. I know this is all spelt wrong. And then the types of objects spawned tied to difficulty. Yeah, there's tons of spelling mistakes, but it doesn't matter, right? Maybe a streak counter for number of blocks caught consecutively. Oh, yeah. Well, that's... yeah, missing a cube would... It's kind of the same thing as missing a cube, right? But yeah, like, yeah, consecutive objects caught. Yeah, that's true. So missing it would lower it, and also you would lose your consecutive objects caught, yeah. It's going to be hard to get the maths on this right. Because it's going to have to be pretty subtle. that's just a vague note that can go down here, whatever. Wait, why can't I close this now? What? Interesting, whatever. Well, look at the Tetris speed increases between levels as sort of guide to ramp up difficulty. Yeah, I could do that, couldn't I? Yeah. Right, but for now, let's just try to implement something. So, let's do... How do timers work in Godot? Let's have a look. Countdown timer. Node object timer. Counts down a specified interval and emits a signal on reaching 0. Can be set to repeat or one-shot mode. Note, timers are affected by engine time scale. A higher scale means quicker timeouts and vice versa. Right. Scene tree create timer. 2D dodge the creeps demo. Oh yeah, right. So they're spawned on a timer. Yeah, I mean it's very similar to what I'm making, right? Okay, so that's how we make a timer.
Oh, hey, thanks.
X Simbe just subscribed.
Thanks, X Simbi, for the continuing the sub you got from Canario. Thanks. Hi. 25% off, dude. Ah, here we go. What's this? Timer my timer equals get node timer timer. And then timer timeout plus equals... Yeah, oh, you could write a function like that. Interesting. So maybe we make a spawner object. Oh, stream dying? What? That's weird.
Oh, hey, thanks.
Prodbiluk vs just subscribed.
That's interesting. Hello? I don't want to continue talking until I know I'm audible. It looks okay now? Yeah, okay. Thanks, Prodbiluk for the Prime sub as well. Hello. It was just a hiccup. Alright, okay. Interesting. Weird. Not like I'm doing anything. Yeah. Oh well, whatever. Yeah, that's not really what I want anyway. Let's do timer. Okay. Await. Oh, async. Oh, interesting. So we can do stuff asynchronously. No, I'd rather have an event that fires rather than start doing shit asynchronously. Okay. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we have a... thinking we have a spawner object. We have a spawner object in the gameplay scene. So on the game controller, we'd have like another node, I guess, like a timer. We have a spawner object. And in the spawner object, we have a new script, and we'd have in this... Oh, editor description, interesting. Yeah, one shot. If true, the time will stop when reaching 0. If false, it will restart. I think restarting is fine. I guess I wouldn't want the spawner to be there by default. We'd probably... this should be a packed node, really. Yeah, so we'd have a spawner object that is made by the game controller. Seems excessive though. To make a whole other object for this. Is that excessive? Maybe the game controller itself should... gameplay controller... No, I don't want the gameplay controller to be anything in the scene. But what does the spawner object do? Does it handle all of the spawning logic? So based on the game's difficulty, it will spawn things differently. So I guess the gameplay controller shouldn't be the thing that makes the enemies. There should be a spawner object. Maybe I could have like multiple spawner objects or something. But then I wouldn't want the spawner objects handling the logic for when to spawn an enemy. Well, my first instinct is to make it a spawner object, so let's just do that. So we'll add a script. Spawner.ces, we want spawner. Okay. And it's a timer, yeah, so... So we want a export of... so currently the gameplay is spawning the enemy. We don't want to do that. So we want this to be the thing that spawns the enemies. And then we have like the enemy logic here. Yeah, we had a super basic timer, right? Which is stupid. Shouldn't do that. But this is how we instantiate an enemy. So when the spawner is made, it will auto start, and every 1 second will make an enemy. That might be a bit too much, but we'll do that for now. Process callback. Oh, yeah, I think... Oh, you can't read this thing. It says, processing callback. Timer process physics. Update the timer during physics frames, or update the timer during process frames. So process frames would be like, that's frame rate dependent, but physics frames wouldn't be. But the thing is, it's a timer, so like... No, I guess I'd want it to be physics frames to make it like not frame rate dependent. I don't think there's any reason to have it be frame rate dependent. We don't want one shot. We do want auto start. So when it spawns in, it starts making things. We'll give it this. Failed to build project. Oh, right. The gameplay controller is holding stuff up, isn't it? comment this out real quick. Oh. No. This. What is this button? Right, okay. I didn't want to run it, Josh. You just wanted to build it. Just so the spawner had this. Okay, and then we get a packed node of... This should be here. We get a packed node of basic enemy. Okay. Failed to build. Oh shit. Oops. I opened the wrong script because I moved it. Okay. Okay, packed basic enemy is loaded in. Okay, right. So it'll spawn a basic enemy. And it'll determine the position. So let's do... How do I do timers? So... We don't want async. No. We don't want asynchronous. We just want... Set to make an event. Is it in this? Okay, timeout. So we want, when we're ready, we want a void. How do I do this? Just make anything. So void timer void timeout. I'll just call it timeout. Timer.timeout. What's timer.timeout? Emitted when the timer reaches 0. Right. So I guess I can't call it that. Because it will, I mean, I could just take this. Put it in here. And it is gonna... Yeah. Wait, why does it expect that? Am I dumb? Go to definition. Oh, add, remove. Right, it doesn't have those kind of brackets. Okay. So let's do gd print. Wait, this doesn't work. Oh, must have add and remove. Ah, whatever. We'll do it the other way. We'll do it the way they want me to do it. Public void timer out. Timer up. We'll just do it that way, fuck it. Hello, Melly. Yes, Rockstar definitely hired me. Well, can I not just do it time out like that? Surely that will just work, right? Fuck it. We'll do a GD dot print test question mark. Use the new keyword if hiding was intended. There you go. And then I can test the scene. Debugger errors. No, it didn't work. No, okay, whatever. That's fine, I can't do it like that, whatever. Don't you need to override time up? No, this is time out I'm overwriting, but I shouldn't be. I shouldn't be, like, doing it that way anyway. I was just trying to find a way if I could avoid having to do the fucking stupid intended event stuff, but I don't want to do that. We want timer up. And then at ready, we want to have a... this. Oh, fuck. Timeout, there it is, you idiot. Plus equals timer up. There we go. Okay, I got there in the end. Fucking hell. Okay, right, so when the timer runs out, we just call this. Right, hopefully this works. Play current scene. No, I get an error. Cannot instantiate script because the associated class could not be found. Wait, does it just... Oh, I see. That's why. Okay. Does it build now? Okay, play the scene. Test? Question mark? Right, wait, hang on. So can I do then... Does this actually work? It was just the other error that caused this error. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't get called. Okay, that's fine. I'll do it the intended way. Whatever. Fine, right. So every second it posts test, question mark, into the thing. Yeah, test, question mark, test, question mark, test, question mark. You can see it. Fantastic. Okay. Right, okay, this works then. With the new, you're making a new method with the same name, override might work. It said if overriding was intended. Ah, oh, fuck's sake, I'm doing this again. Ah, no, wait. Whoop. It says timeout. If I do timeout and I don't have new and I try to build this, it says spawn a timeout hides inherited member timer timeout. Use the new keyword if hiding this was intended. It wants me to put the new keyword there. So it's fine. We'll just do it like this. It doesn't matter. I'll just use the intended thing of having this. It's just fucking annoying. Yeah. Yeah, it's an event, not even a thing. So it doesn't even... It's just... Oh, shit, wrong button. Okay, play the current scene. Fantastic. Okay. So... oh, the timer doesn't have a position. That's interesting. Yeah. So then we want to... So we can have a spawner. So now on timer up, we want to do stuff. So when the timer is up, we want to spawn a new enemy. So let's go to gameplay. Let's take this. And we'll do this.
Oh, hey, thanks.
Potato Sodlin just resubscribed for 92 months. I'll check in when I'm celebrating my 184th subiversary to see if you're roughly halfway to making the Grand the Theft the auto Roman numeral 6.
Yes. Thanks, Potato, for 92 months of tier 2. Hello. Surely I'll get there, Copium. What's this about? Deleted. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, what the fuck is happening? What is all this about? Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I need a random, don't I? In a gameplay controller, we need random. So we would need the gameplay controller. We want to add the basic enemy as a child of the gameplay controller, right? Not a child of the spawner. Or do we want it to be a child of the spawner itself? That's weird. Let me think about the hierarchy here. No, the spawner just creates them. It doesn't... We should add sibling. Yeah. Basic enemy. Yeah. Okay, get rid of this. Okay, let's try this then. Oh, right. The gameplay controller needs to create the timer, right? We need a export packed scene spawner or packed spawner. We need to get rid of this. Builds. Right, let's go back to the gameplay scene. Game controller needs a packed spawner object. Okay, and then when we're ready, we need to do how do I spawn things? Like that, there we go. So we create a spawner object. Okay. That should work. I'm gonna change the title because it was supposed to be a silly joke, but I don't think it's such a good idea. There we go, whatever. I can't think of a good title. I couldn't think of a good title, so I put the stupid thing in as a joke. Right, enemies don't get spawned still. Then I get an error in the debugger. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Oh, I need the spawner needs a packed enemy. My bad. Okay. Okay, there we go. Now every second an enemy spawns in a random position, and they all works the same as it was before. Okay. Hello, huge_er. How's it going? Ba-ba-bum. Right. So just every single second it just makes an enemy. This is obviously extremely basic, but that works for now. Let's quickly build this on mobile. And see, this should no longer be frame rate dependent. First time tuning into these, what is the game supposed to be? It's just a little arcade game. I don't know how you can catch up to what it is, really. I don't know how to I don't know what the elevator pitch is. There's objects that fall from the top of the screen, you need to hit them, ideally. Yeah, okay, so... And Soviet's doing the thing where he's saying things authoritatively in the chat, and people will believe him, and they are not truth. Yeah, I'm basically just learning Godot, making a minimum viable product, really. Okay, sorry, it does work on my phone. It's, yeah, one cube per second, which is correct. Okay. So now we can spawn enemies within the width of the screen. I keep thinking about the lack of there being a boost. So in the original version, you pressed a button to make the cube go faster, but you only had a limited amount of boost to use, and it would slowly charge up over time. But I just don't know how to implement that on mobile. Because currently you go left and right, but there isn't a way to have a third button. And I don't know how to have a third button. I don't know how to get over that problem with I don't know how to get over that problem, that hurdle with the controls. With the slider-based controls, you would have a free thumb. shake for boost is a terrible idea. I don't know. Because you're like shaking it is like, I always remember the 3DS, the device that had the 3D thing that really finically wanted you to sit in exactly the perfect position with the game into your eyes so that you could see the 3D effect, also had gyro controls, and it was the stupidest thing I've ever seen. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to have like a, oh, I'm trying to play this precise like game and I need to shake my phone so I can't see what the fuck I'm doing and my controls get crazy, right? Like, I can't do that. Tilt to move is just fucking terrible, and it's not precise enough. I'm not uploading the stream straight to YouTube pseudo doc because no one will watch it, and I'll kill my YouTube channel even more than I'm already killing it. But I'm putting edited ones up, maybe. Yeah, but on-screen buttons, like, use one thumb to go right, one thumb to go left. If I want to go left and press the boost button, it would have to be like centered, I guess. But then you need to use the two buttons to like, I don't know, it just doesn't work. Yeah, maybe I was thinking like you could have stuff like if you press the bottom of the screen, you move normally. No, double click is terrible because you just kind of you'll naturally double click trying to position like. Let me open the game. Double click's terrible because you'll naturally just try to position like carefully like this, and then if you go faster, that's like literally the opposite of what you want to happen. Maybe double click's not too bad. Hold thumb down to go right, release to go left. It is a possibility. It is a thing I think about when like the cube is always moving and never stays still, but I don't know. There's so many ways to do this. Pressing, I don't have like hardness of touch stuff. That isn't a thing. And if you're just holding your phone wrong, right, like you'll always be boosting. Swipe up to boost. Could boost be like a power up? It's not how the original game worked. The original game was on a Game Boy. Use D-pad to move, and you held the A button to boost, and you only had a limited amount of boost you could use. But on that platform, you can move and use buttons at the same time. I want it to be like a hold thing where you like temporarily hold to boost. So like the whole point is that it's like sometimes you get in a situation where like one cube's over here and the other cube's over there and you need to like boost over to it. And it's all about like boost management, right? Like you're managing, you can't just boost all the time because you'll run out and then you might need it. You need to only use it when it's like necessary or whatever. Obviously, it's kind of hard for left, right finger for direction, both fingers to boost. Then how do you determine direction? What? You press left. It's not necessarily left finger. You can play this with one finger, one thumb. Maybe that's the way it needs to be. Maybe you need to just play with one thumb. And then have like a boost button on the side. Use the volume button to boost. Yeah, like having two separate buttons on each side, one that's above the other to go faster. I don't know, it just doesn't feel natural to move your thumb up to go more to the right. It just doesn't, like, I'm testing, like, I'm messing around with it. It doesn't feel like, doesn't feel natural. And it doesn't feel natural to put your other finger on the screen to go faster in the initial direction either. I don't know. Having a separate button makes sense. So I'm thinking, okay, how about this? Oh, this is the phone. You have the split here, right? So that there's an invisible split down the middle, and if you touch on this side, you go left, and you touch on this side, you go right. So like it's intended that if you look at my phone, right, you would hold it like this. There's no good way I can show this, but you'd hold it like this, and you would just move your thumb left and right like this. So this is to go left, this is to go right, like this, yeah? The other way of playing it is like this, with like left thumb to go left, right thumb to go right. You could play it like that, or you could play it like this, right? I'm thinking if you play it like this, you can use your other thumb for a boost button. That's possible. Or if you play it like this, you can move one of your thumbs to the center to boost in a direction. So you're moving two fingers over to the side, essentially. So you're like double going left, right? Or double going right. So I think if we had a button in the center of the screen, that this was boost, right? If you play with one finger, you can press the boost button with your other thumb. If you play with two thumbs, one thumb control, like if you want to go left, use the left thumb to go left, and your right thumb can press the boost button. So even with both control schemes, you can still press the boost button. The problem is, if you only want to play with one hand like this, you can't, because then you can't turn and boost at the same time. But maybe it's possible. Well, no. I could make it so if you press the left side of the boost button. But then that ruins the two thumb play mode. The center button would be easy to miss though. Going to the center sounds like something everyone will constantly press on accident. Boost in center for boost in a direction is less intuitive than boost on edges. So, okay. God damn it. So the thing that you're describing when you say that is... hang on. Hold that thought a second. Nobody think about anything else for like 2 seconds while I navigate through file systems to find the thing that I'm talking about. No, don't open in that. Oh, for fuck's sake. This is so... What you're describing is... Okay, this picture's terrible, but like you have... I'm thinking of having two different control schemes, right? You have the bottom control scheme, which is the thing I'm describing, where you have an invisible button on the left side and an invisible button on the right, and depending on which side you tap, the cube moves that direction. The other control scheme is to have a slider... So think like the Twitch stream volume slider, right? So you have a slider, and if you drag the slider to a position, the cube attempts to match the slider's position, right? That's sort of what you're saying, but then if you dragged all the way to... No, that's not the same, is it? Because if you drag all the way to the edge, you just want the cube to go all the way to the edge. It's not really speed dependent. Again, this slider thing, you would still want a separate boost button to increase the speed of the cube. I just feel like I want a separate... I just want the boost to be a second control. Like, you have... I just want two control elements, a movement and a go faster button. Yeah, perhaps it's like here, this is boost, and here, this is boost. So you could be playing in the center of the screen and then go way further to the sides when you want to go faster. If you play with two thumbs, you just move the thumb further to the sides. Yeah, and you can play in the center. You play in the center of the screen, and if you want to boost, you go to the edges. And then if you're playing with one finger, you can go to the edge to the screen to go faster. This does work. The only concern I have with this is that I'm developing the game in 16:9, and phones have all different aspect ratios. So this might not work on like a tablet, for example, that's in 4:3. This is going to be really funky. Volume up and down is terrible, and I hate it, because fucking who knows where the volume up and down buttons are on any given phone, right? Like, I hate that so much. But then again, with the slider thing, the slider control scheme, which I haven't implemented yet, we're going to need just a separate boost button, right? Unless you drag the slider up to boost. Or down, maybe. Yeah, I guess the center one would be pressed too often. You'd be like playing like this, and then no, double tap isn't. I don't like double tap, because if you're just trying to adjust the cube, like you press right and it's not enough, and you press right again. I don't want it. You adjust carefully. Like, think about trying to stand in a position. This is the thing with Minecraft. You're like, in Minecraft you can double tap to sprint, but the problem is if you're trying to like stand at a perfect pixel, you're like tapping W to edge forwards, and suddenly you start sprinting. It's like the complete opposite of what you want to happen. I hate double tap to sprint. Double tap to boost sounds fucking terrible, especially on a phone. Like, if you just tap the screen in the wrong way, it might count as a double tap. Like, I don't know, I hate all of that. I guess edge boost button is better than center boost button. Even if you're playing with two thumbs, yeah, you can press on the edge, can't you? Yeah, and it's intuitive to move the fingers further to go faster to the sides, right? Yeah, okay. I like this idea. Then we'll go with this. We'll add these. So okay, so we'll do. Okay, so after much debate, we've come to the conclusion that the boost buttons that we need to add, before I make any more gameplay, because boosting is like a core mechanic to the original Brockrus I made, we'll have extra buttons on the side, so the further you click on the side, the booster goes. But like, I think it will need to be visual at that point. Like, it won't be able to be not visual, but that's fine. I can have like a little transparent thing like this, and this can both be transparent to explain what they are. Like, we can have a little transparent box here with a left arrow on it, and then a boost button here, right? This is the sort of thing that we can sit here and debate this till the cows come home, or whatever that saying is. But as soon as I give a phone with the game running to someone, and they haven't talked about this for ages, and they try it, they're going to go, and be confused, right? That's probably what's going to happen. And I can only really easily test with people a limited amount. Like, I can test with Faye, because she's not paying attention to these streams or the game design or anything. So I can give her the phone and be like, play this, but like, she'll remember from last time, so we can only do that once. Can we just have the boost transparent and leave normal buttons invisible? But then if we have any buttons on the screen, you expect there to be buttons for everything? I feel like everything being transparent is fine. It's not going to look like this. This is just a random fucking paint thing I've drawn, obviously. We'll make it look nice. But that's just, for the concept, you're going to need both drawn, I think. Okay, right. So let's try to add... Okay, this boost thing. So the gameplay controller in the input, we have, if we're touching in one position or the other, we set the direction. We're going to need, like, boost as well. It's kind of weird how the gameplay controller is handling the input for the player, but I guess that's just how I implemented it. It just tells the player to move in that direction and stuff. Yeah, I'm going to do it like that. Let's just try to implement this real quick. Just small boot buttons at the edge of the screen look giant ass. But okay, but what I don't disagree that it would look better. I disagree that it's less obvious to the functionality of the movement and how it works at all. Right? What I'm saying is, if you just pick up a game that you've never seen before, and you've got 2 boost buttons on the sides and nothing else, you would think you could only press those 2 buttons, is what I'm saying. I don't disagree it would look cleaner. That's not important. Or not as important. So how much of the edge of the screen would we want to use here? It would have to be like... A player needed like 3 seconds to get that though. You can have a tutorial also. No, I am not being debated into not treating the players like morons. That's game design 101. Any kind of software design, any kind of user interface, user input, anything like that. Have you seen the drawing where people can't drink from a glass cup or whatever? That meme? I am not being debated into not doing this. We have to handhold like this super hard. That's not a thing I'm getting debated into. Okay. I will stand hard and firm on this no matter what chat tells me. There is no way I am not trying to make this as user-friendly and idiot-proof as possible. Okay. And no, I don't want a tutorial that's like some slides at the start you need to tap through. That's terrible, because as soon as you open a game and it comes up with a massive tutorial box, 90% of people peace out. Like, I have watched Faye play video games. She just insta-skips anything she can insta-skip and goes right into the game and then gets confused when she doesn't know what to do in the game. It doesn't work. I played Burnout Paradise with her the other day, and the whole tutorial intro cutscene was all about how to start races, where the races will end, how you figure out where to go and all that. Immediately as soon as she starts and gets through it, she doesn't know how to start races, she doesn't know where they end, she doesn't know how to figure out how to get there, and I'm just like, but it was all in the cutscene we just watched, and she was like, what? I wasn't paying attention. I don't watch any of those. So it's like, no, you can't do that. This is like, okay, programming, I will happily be backseated on. Game design, no way. I know exactly how this is going to go. Absolutely not. Okay. So, Anyway, we need to determine a point at which to do this, to have the boost button. I can't have it visual really at the moment. We would want... So in the move, we would want another... We'd want a bool for boosting. And then... that means I'm gonna have to fucking... Yeah, well, let's do this, right? Wait, how am I gonna do this? If touch position dot x is smaller than, let's say, 200, or touch position dot x is greater than 1080 minus 200, we need a new bool. Okay. And then in the player, if we're boosting, for now we'll just make them go faster, right? If not boosting, this is the normal move speeds. Else, we just literally like times this by 2, right? We'll make it go twice as fast, so it's like super obvious that this happens. Okay. Let's see if this works. Okay, the thing is, on PC, this is fucking atrocious. on PC, this is really bad. I need to test this on mobile. That's like horrible on PC.
Oh, hey,
I
thanks.
mean...
Klim Salabim just resubscribed for 17 months. Hello there. Have you added microtransactions yet?
I still kinda hate this. Ooh, like, okay. I still hate this a lot. Like, I can't get... If I try it with one thumb, maybe. With one thumb, this is good. Because with one thumb, I can be like, okay, I need to go right to the edge of the screen to go fast. And I can just stay in the middle of the screen to go slow. Yeah, and if I need to go fast, I tap the edge of the screen to go fast. And I can stay in the middle to just go normal. With two thumbs, it's like I just kind of sit at the edge of the screen all the time and just tap. Like, with two thumbs, I don't really want to think about where my thumb is. Like, I'm just boosting all the time. Like, it feels like... Maybe it's possible to get used to it. Yeah, with visible buttons, I think this would be a lot easier. No, okay, I am getting the hang of two buttons, two thumbs. Oops. Sorry, I just need to sit here and play it for a bit. Just test. try to think about this. Yeah, see, there I used it intuitively. The boost bar that's displayed.
Showell_69 just resubscribed for 2 months. Okay, Josh, sorry. You're right. Casuals are dumb. Me arguing with someone who actually went to uni for game dev is dumb anyway. You obviously know better than me, smiley face.
That sounded really sarcastic at the end. I don't know if it was supposed to be or not. Hang on. I was about to say, whenever I implement the boost bar to display how much boost is left, it needs to be a bar that's centered on the screen that gets smaller in both axes, or both ends of the axes. So like when you use the boost, the boost bar's like this. Instead of the boost bar just going down like left to right, the boost bar should be centered on the screen and it should get smaller towards the center. Because when you're playing with two thumbs like this, sometimes or one finger, sometimes you can't see the whole bar, right? You cover either the left or the right side of the bar, potentially. So it needs to, like, get smaller towards the middle. It's also just more visually obvious as a whole, and also looks nice to be centered like that. I'm going to write that down in my vague notes real quick. Okay, let me just randomly as I'm playing, I'm like having thoughts about like, oh yeah, I need to make sure I do that. Okay. But yeah, okay, I think the side buttons are good. The slider control scheme we're gonna have to think about a lot more. But this control scheme does work. I do want to try the slider one, see if that's better. But I will just have both as options, right? Like, but like, I need to pick a default. I think this makes sense as a default. But yeah, okay, this works. Thanks whoever's idea. Well, it was multiple people's idea to have buttons at the side, right? I'm glad we went with that. That was good. Yeah, this does. Yeah, okay, yeah. I just used it then. That was. Like, once I start intuitively using it, I know it's, like, actually good, because I don't need to think about it. Pressing the thumb further to the edge just makes more sense. And yeah, with visual buttons... Oops. This will be a lot better. I think the initial size of the player needs to be bigger as well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the brainstorming with using chat here is like super useful. Long vertical bars on either side of the edge of the screen that gets smaller vertically. No, because I want the cubes to take up the entire like actual game field area. Realistically, I don't know, the UI design might be a bit of an issue. But yeah, thanks Klim Sailor Bim for 17 months of tier 2. Hello. No microtransactions yet. Haha XD. And thanks Showwell_69 for 2 months of tier 1. Yeah. Yeah, we need to not get it's important to remember, right, that like even the subset of people that watch Twitch are like the hardcoreiest of gamers, right? You know, you gotta remember I have to give this game to potentially my mum, and she has to be able to play it, right? Like if my mum cannot pick up the controls and intuitively play it, I have failed, right? It should be that intuitive. Huh. Okay. Let's see. What was I doing now? Oh, get out of the scene, the script view. You got 6 months with 30% off? Ah, sick. Nice show. Oh, I didn't see that part. Oh, yeah, it says... No, it doesn't actually say that. It doesn't say that you subbed to 6 months, but yeah, fair enough. Okay. What was I doing? I just implemented boosting, didn't I? Right, let's keep doing gameplay stuff. So we can worry about visual buttons. Like I really don't want to worry about the visuals of anything yet. I haven't added spiky spawns. I suppose I should do that, yeah. Let's make a new enemy type. Let's do, oh, I think I didn't make a YouTube thing for... Oh, hang on. I need to make a little YouTube clip of me adding the boost thing at the side. One sec. Sorry. I forgot to press the buttons for YouTube. Okay, so we implemented the boost buttons on the side. So it's a bit difficult to show on PC, but we got on the center. If you move around on the center of the screen, the cube moves normally. But if you move to the edge, see, it's a bit subtle maybe. But if I move the mouse to the edge, the cube moves much faster. It makes a lot more sense on mobile using like your thumbs and stuff here. Like I can go really fast over here and then over here. But there's like a 200 pixel limit on either edge of the screen that if you press down on the edges of the screen, the cube goes faster. There's no like limitation to how much you can boost right now, so there's not really any reason not to do it. Whoops. But this is way more intuitive on touchscreen. But yeah, for the sake of showing it on stream, I'll play on PC. But yeah, for now, I think that works. Not having a visual visual demonstration of the boundaries is a bit weird, but it works for now. Yeah, this is a lot better. Okay, so boosting is implemented. That was one thing I was worried about with the game, was like how to get that implemented with the control scheme. So I'm glad brainstorming it, we found a way that works. Initially, I wasn't a fan of it, but I think it is probably the most intuitive way to do it. Just have your fingers more on the side, click more to the left and the right to make it move more that way, you know, like... It makes sense. Yeah, it's a bit weird on PC because obviously I have to keep my cursor in the center of the screen, and not click where I want the cube to go. But that'll be what the slider control method is for. To have it for have it so you click or you press where you want the cube to actually go. Oh no, I missed one. Fuck. God, I'm sat here playing the game. Right, anyway, let's not do that. Now let's implement the spiky enemy so I have something to dodge. I'm just going to work on gameplay today, make the game a bit more fun. So I think for the spiky enemy, for the time being, I'm just going to rotate the cube 45 degrees. I assume rotation is a thing. So I'm just gonna spawn it, 45 degree angle, and that'll do, right? Let's see. Is there a rotation in the transform? There is a rotation, yes, perfect. Okay, we'll just do that. Right, I'll implement this real quick. Okay, there we go. I'll have a PC version as well, Trouble, yeah. I'll add, like, keyboard controls, obviously, but right now the focus will be on the mobile version. Because it's primarily a mobile game. Oh, Final Fantasy X music. Okay, let's duplicate this. And we'll call it a spiky enemy. We'll open spiky enemy. We'll rename it to spiky enemy. And we'll make its type spiky. And we'll make its rotation 45. Yeah, okay. Right. And then because it's a spiky enemy, when it reaches the bottom, we won't lose a life. But if we touch it, we lose a life. And we don't gain points for hitting it. Maybe we should gain points for avoiding it. That'd probably be smart, right? Okay. So then in the spawner, we need export packed scene packed spiky enemy. I mean, realistically, I could do this a different way where I, like, instead of having lots of different packed scenes, instead I would just, like, in here, when I spawn the thing, I would just do, like, enemy dot type equals this, and then in the enemy thing, it would, in the ready, it checks what enemy type it is and sets itself up. Can you have a constructor, I wonder? I don't know, actually. Probably not. No, not when we're doing like this. Yeah. That's two different ways to do it. I guess if I was going to make a different fucking packed node for every damn thing, then I should just give them all different classes and they all just be inheriting from enemy, and I'd do it that way. But I don't particularly want to do it like that. Oh man, how do I do this? Because I do want different enemy behavior based on what type of enemy it is, and having a massive switch is going to be really fucking annoying. I might just need an enemy class, and then everything, all of these inherit from it. Do you know OO? Because it would be ideal here. Oh no, this is the thing that happened yesterday where everyone suggests a different way of doing this. Inheritance, interface, OO. Polymorphism. What's polymorphism? That sounds cool. Polymorphism and overriding methods. Polymorphism means many forms, and it occurs when we have many classes that are related to each other by inheritance. Oh, I see. So we have a class like this that's an animal, and then we have a pig and a dog, but they're animals. That is kind of what I'm after here, yeah. OO equals inheritance equals polymorphism, more or less in this case. We can mean the same things, right, okay. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, we need a virtual. Yeah, a virtual. Okay, we're gonna do it like this. We're gonna use a virtual class, right? So we'll have this enemy type. We'll still have this enum, just because then external things can tell what kind of enemy it is. Yeah, so we'll just use inheritance. Okay, fine. So if so in basic enemy, in the basic enemy object, we'll make a new script of basic enemy, and it'll inherit. Well, it inherits sprite 2D initially, but we won't worry about that. But it'll actually inherit enemy. Okay. And then in enemy, we'll have a virtual public override void of ready. Why can't this be virtual? Marked as overrides cannot be marked as new or virtual. Oh, because we're overriding the nodes one. Okay, so we'll have to just override the other one as well. Yeah, override is fine, and then when in enemy we have override, it overrides the enemy one. Yeah, because that's what's happening. This is overriding the node one. Yeah, override and virtual are the opposite. Yeah, override is we want to take over the inherited one. Virtual is we want to give the inherited one priority. Yeah, okay. So let's do... Yeah, movement speed, points. That's all fine. In process, we'll move down. You probably want to make the enemy class abstract. I don't know what that means. In that case, wouldn't it be an interface, right? Or... Then you don't need empty override methods. Right. You don't ever want to create an enemy object, only a basic or spiky, so abstract stops you from doing that. Right, okay, so I just put abstract up here. So what does that mean? So now I can't create an enemy class. I'm going to look up what C# abstract means. C# abstract. Abstraction.
Oh, hey, thanks.
1LT Ford just resubscribed for 2 months.
Yeah, okay, so we can't make an enemy class because it's an abstract class. Abstract class is a restricted class that cannot be used to create objects. To access it, it must be inherited from another class. Excellent. Abstract method can only be used in an abstract class, and it does not have a body. The body is provided by the derived class. Right, okay. So yeah, so then we'd want this to be abstract. Can it be override and abstract? It can't be. Oh no, I just can't declare a body. Semicolon. Ah, okay, this is good. Thanks, 1LT Ford, for the tier 1 sub. Hello. You or the game can no longer do var thing equal new enemy. Yeah. I did not think that abstract override would work. Yeah. This can stay here because most enemies will just move down like this, so I don't think we need to implement this in every single basic enemy. Like, we only need like this. It's just most of them just move downwards, and when they reach the bottom, that's it, right? On player hit will need to be abstract for certain. We'll take this. So we'll have basic enemy. Oh, what's this? Basic enemy does not implement inherited abstract member on player hit. Yeah, I'm on it. There you go. Look, see, I'm implementing it. See, we're good. Overrides. And then we don't need this switch because we know we're the basic type. Yeah, this is much better. So we can just do this. There we go. So on player hit, we do this. Then the enemy. We'll on spiky. I don't have a spiky script yet, do I? Spiky enemy. We want a new script, spiky enemy. And it inherits from enemy. And we have this. But it actually just does this. Oh, no, wait. That's reached bottom. Whoops, don't fuck that up. Don't mix those up. Okay, so now we can get rid of this. Make that. And we do the same with reached bottom. And then we have when the basic reaches the bottom. So when the basic reaches the bottom, we do just this. No, we don't need to break. What are we doing? And then the spiky enemy does the same except the opposite. So we do points. Good. And then we abstract this away. Why is this not? Oh. Halfway round. Oh, they can't be. Right. Wait. Why can't they be private? Oh, because the fucking inherited thing needs to be able to access it, Josh. Yeah, okay, there we go. Okay. Spiky enemy hides inherited member, enemy reached bottom. To make the current member override that implementation, add the override keyword. Otherwise, add the new keyword. You can protect, not public. You can internal. Like that. Okay, so it's public down, but not up. That's what internal means, right? I remember using these before. So the inherited member knows about it, but the ones above it don't. Yeah, within this namespace. Right. So we need overrides. This needs to be overrides. Why is this giving me a squiggly? Oh. Josh, please. Okay, but why is this still not... Oh, override... internal... Override void. Okay. Yeah. My bad. Okay. It should be protected. What's the difference? Let's look this up. So a C# internal versus protected. Protected. The type or member can be accessed only by code in the same class or struct, or in a class that derived from that class. Oh, we definitely want protected. Internal. The type or member can be accessed by any code in the same assembly, but not from another assembly. We want protected, not internal. Yeah. There we go. Right. Why is this squiggly? Oh, it's just updating. Okay, yeah. Protected, yeah. Public is everyone can access it. Protected is stuff that inherits from it, like below it. In my head, that means below it can access it. What's the Is there another one where you can go up only but not down? Maybe not. Okay, good. Right, well anyway, we're done with that. So now, so we don't need an override. We don't need these. Why does that not work? It doesn't implement ready. Oh, well. No, I don't want that. I want just an empty ready, because then all of these don't need a ready. Yeah, because they're not doing anything special. Then we take... Oh, the motorcycle in Crash Bandicoot 3! Yes, this is good. So these should be abstract as well, I suppose. You don't need enum because you can just check what class the enemy is. Oh, fair enough. Okay. Sure. Or you can keep the enum and avoid doing type checking. I mean, I don't know how often I'm going to need to check what type the enemy is anyway. Everything that is common needs to stay in the base class and not abstract. Okay, so the movement speed and the points are common to all of them. Yeah. Type checking isn't very fast, that's right. Okay, but is keeping an enum on every single enemy really necessary? Okay, whatever. Normally you should never have to check the type. That should be abstracted away. It's true. No, you know, I'm gonna get rid of it. Oops, shit. So we got movement speed and points. If you get your OO right, your type should never matter, but we're here in the real world. Yeah. Movement speed and points. So then basic enemy. I need to determine the movement speed, don't I? Do I need to? So let's open basic enemy. That's a... Oh shit, the scripts are in the wrong place. Ah, fuck it. Get rid of these scripts real quick. Move them into scripts. And then open them again. Right, so basic enemy, we go on it, and oh, we need to build this code. Okay, it has enemy type. Wait, it has enemy type? Why does it have enemy type? What? Where? How? Why? What? But there's nothing that has enemy type anymore. That isn't an enum that exists. The fuck? Can you run the game? Okay, now enemy type is gone. Okay, alright. So yeah, movement speed and points are in here. So we don't need to... In enemy and basic enemy, we don't need to say... Sorry, in enemy and spiky enemy... We don't need to say, movement speed and points, because they already exist, right? I could do, like, points equals... Yeah, I don't need to declare them again, because they're in the inherited class. Okay, excellent. Okay, that's good, then. That's good. So we have an empty ready... we got a process, and then by default they just move down. If we need to overwrite it, we can do that in here, but we don't. But we do need a ready to set points and movement speed, unless I always do that in the constructor. What was the movement speed before I did this? Shit. Let's set basic enemy to 10. Points to... How many points was I giving? I think it was 100, right? Save that. We can edit spiky enemy. Movement speed of 10. Points of 100. Okay, let's just run the game a minute. Oh, and wait, what does the spawner have as its spawning thing? Packed spiky, or doesn't have anything yet? Spiky enemy. There's a spiky enemy. There's a basic enemy. Right, yeah, that's what I was working on, the spawner. We were gonna... Well, let's just do basic enemy for now. Let's see what happens. Oh, that's way too slow. Okay, 10 is it? Too slow. Let's do 100. See, I don't know if I want to do this in the editor or if I want to do this in code and just have movement speed equals 100 here. And then if I need to overwrite it for different enemies, I can do it in here. I think I'd rather just have this be... Also, why are these public? Failed to build. Oh, right, of course. It needs to be, needs to be protected, if nothing else. Duh. Right, yeah. Yeah, I think I would rather, I think I'd rather do it pragmatically than with the editor. For you, it doesn't matter. If you were working with a non-coder game dev, you'd want it in the editor, yeah. I mean, I can export it, but I'd rather set like a default. 100 isn't enough. Do you have a scriptable object in Godot? What do you mean? 200, let's try that. It's just setting it on both of them every time is really fucking annoying. So if I set a default here, I don't know what takes precedent, the editor or... That's still too far, isn't it? I don't remember what I had it set to before. Maybe it was 500. I mean, I could check in GitHub, I guess. Let's just do that instead of flailing about like this. It was 400. That's what it was set to. Suddenly good music. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I would rather just always set it in the editor or always set it in code. I don't want to mix it. If I set a default in code and then start editing it in the editor and then I look at the code and it says a different number, I'm going to get fucking confused. I've done that so many times in Unity when I used the Unity editor stuff for that. So I always fuck that up. I do not want to do that. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna fucking... No, because I guess every time I make an enemy, I'll make a new packed node and I'll be able to see that stuff. Yeah, we'll just do it like that, whatever. Okay, so the spawner... Yeah, the spawner just instantiates an enemy of either this one or this one. It doesn't know the difference, which is how it's supposed to work. I think that's object orientation, right? Or polymorphism or whatever you're saying. Every time you make a new enemy, you're making a new class now. Sure, hope that doesn't involve lots of copy and pasting. I mean, yes. I mean, the classes aren't that big so far. If I ever have custom implementation of stuff, it should be okay. Yeah, so spawner. Let's just do if RNG dot next double single. Next single is greater than 0.5. What? Oh. Josh, please. This is like super basic, obviously, but damn, look at that! It guessed what I wanted. I like it when it does that. Is that Copilot? Is that what's doing that? Where it guesses what the code I want to write is? So now half the time it's a spiky enemy, and if I hit it, I take damage. Yeah. Okay. Right, so now we actually have some gameplay, have some cubes to avoid. Is that just IntelliSense? Oh, right, okay. And then other people say it's Copilot. Classic chats. It's Visual Studio 2022, so I don't know if that comes with Copilot by default or not. Fuck. Obviously the collision on these is a bit weird. So this is just a cube. Don't know if I'm rotating the area or not. I am getting points when I miss the spiky ones, I am, yeah. Okay, well there's variation now at least. Copilot you gotta pay for? Oh, okay. Okay, let's do a little YouTube summary real quick. Okay, so I made the enemy class an abstract class, and you know, we've got some things that aren't abstract, but then a bunch of things that are. And then I made two different new classes. We've got basic enemy class and a spiky enemy class that just inherit from the enemy class. So now I have an enemy, and its type is a different class. It's just how this should work. When stuff gets a little bit more complicated, this will be pretty useful, right? So anything that all of the enemies do is in the enemy code, and anything the individual enemies do differently to the others is in their own individual code. Fantastic. And I made two enemies. We got basic enemy and spiky enemy in the editor. And now when I run the game, we have the sideways enemy, which is the spiky enemy, and I touch it, I lose a life. Hooray! And if I don't touch it, I gain points. Hooray! So now there's actual gameplay variety. Different types of enemies. I'll need to come up with more. I'm calling them enemies, but I don't really know if that's the language I'll use in the actual game. But that's just what they're going to be called for now. But yeah, actual gameplay is happening. I'm making decent progress on gameplay. Again, I'm going to keep saying this. Way slower than Game Jam progress, but I'm doing everything correctly instead of just doing it, right? Okay, I actually need to concentrate now, and the game's actually getting difficult. Obviously, this is just the test scene. The actual balanced game or whatever will be nothing like this. And all of their hitboxes are a bit scuffed. Oh, they can poke out the edge of the screen. Yeah, obviously, I'm just rotating the fucking default red pixel by 45 degrees to make a different enemy type, right? Yeah. So it's like sometimes you need to hit a thing, sometimes you need to not hit a thing. I need to make like now that I have the individual enemies code like this, I could make it so an enemy like goes like wiggles like sideways or whatever as it falls down. We could add like a special bonus one that goes faster or something. You know, the possibilities are endless now. Yeah. Just good old foundational structural changes. Fantastic. I'm going to keep playing until I lose now. I want to see what points I can get. Oh, that's another thing I want to do. I love statistical tracking stuff. I love a game that has a really good stats screen, like Minecraft's. So I need to figure out how to write to disk, or memory, or whatever. To disk, I guess. I need to figure out how to write to disk, and we need to have, like, a file that keeps track of lots of statistics, like a storage thing. Maybe I'll use XML. In the olden days, I would just write a text file and just like write a parser for the text file, but I think just, you know, using C#, I'll just write an XML thing. People will probably scream at me to use JSON instead, but using JSON and C# without adding a bunch of like DLLs is a pain in the dick, so... Although, mind you, I'm using .NET 7 for this code now. Yeah, newtonsoft.json, exactly. I don't want to use that. Can it be a global storage for worldwide records? I could program a server for this. To have, like, yeah, leaderboards and stuff, but once we start talking about server-side stuff, this is getting a lot more complicated once we add in networking, and what kind of anti-cheat would I have? Am I going to have replay files? You know, like... If I have replays, then the game's going to need to be deterministic, ideally, so that I can just record player inputs to the replay file like Trackmania does. But yeah, to do that, the physics would have to be deterministic, which they are, but the spawning is not deterministic, right? The spawning is random, and that's kind of how it should be. I would have to write a, like, deterministic... Like, I guess I could use... I guess I could record the... I could make a function that... Yeah, I could save the seed, right? I could write the seed down. Yeah, that's right. I could just write the seed into the... I could write the seed into the replay file and then just seed the RNG with, like, the exact... I could use the Unix timestamp, right? Just use a Unix timestamp for the seed at the when the game, like, begins. So the replay file will also have, like, the game started was recorded at this point or whatever. That seems fairly decent, actually. We could do that. Oh, I lost. What was my score? I didn't see it. Oh, no. And we need to record the score. Okay, all right. We'll work on that next. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to write that down, actually. That's a good idea. This is going very far down, though. Replays. Record the RNG seed at the top of the replay file. Use Unix timestamp as RNG seed. And maybe another element. Maybe I could use, like, CPU temperature, current CPU temperature, and plus Unix timestamp for the RNG seed, right? Just so you can't, like, like, reset the game and set your clock to exactly the right millisecond and start the game at the frame perfect time to have the same seed each time or whatever. Can't wait for the CPU temp manip for RNG. Yeah. Record inputs. Keep all RNG/physics deterministic. Yeah, there we go. But like, we're getting include gravity. Yes, I can get the current gravity. Oh my god, exactly. Yes, we could do that. Is there a seed generator in C#? Maybe. I feel like doing it myself is more fun, though. This sounds more fun. But yeah, we're getting way ahead of ourselves if we're starting to think about replay files, you know, like, we're fucking, haven't even got the game working yet. How are we going to play back the replay? But what I would want to do is for, like, really, like high, if I had, okay, we're getting way ahead of ourselves, but if I had a central server that kept high scores, it would have to verify scores. So I would have to write codes to verify the scores. So basically I have to play the game back, play the replay back as fast as it can. To verify it. But then if we get lots of replays, there's probably going to be a lot of CPU cycles. Oops, shit. I'd have to write a simulator for the game. How are you going to check if the game was played at 0.5x speed? I guess I won't. We'll have the same problem as Trackmania. But stretching. But I mean, still, I think that's still a lot better cheat detection than most fucking mobile games will have, right? Like, I don't know. That's the sort of stuff we can worry about way in the future if we even need to. Like, I'm thinking about cheat detection. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'd have to write a simulator that just checks, like, if these inputs were played with this seed, does it achieve this score? And then if it does, the replay verifies, right? Is there a command / link to the game Josh is planning to make? No, not really. It's kind of a bit shit for chat. But it's basically just a little block catching game or whatever. It's like, you've seen this sort of game before. You're a thing, and there's things that fall down the screen, and you try to either avoid them or hit them, depending on what thing they are, right? Like, it's like pretty... There isn't really an elevator... I cannot come up with an elevator pitch for this. Like, oh, it's Dark Souls, but with Mario Kart elements, right? Like, I don't have that kind of elevator pitch. I keep saying elevator pitch. Do people know what I mean when I say that? I think that might be a industry term. Like, the classic situation when you get into an elevator with an executive of some company and you pitch the game to them. So you have to do it, like, really quickly before they get out the elevator, right? It's Guitar Hero, but for mobile. Sure, yeah. You had to write one at uni? Oh, right. God, the controls are fucking shit on PC. That's fine. I mean, realistically, we're not probably going to be playing with keyboard and mouse anyway here, right? Ah, fuck. Jack 1 fishing minigame? Sure, kind of. It actually, yeah, it is the Jack 1 fishing minigame, isn't it? I didn't even think of that. It is. I haven't played Jack 1, but I've seen that fishing minigame in speedruns. And yeah, it is that, isn't it? Hopefully a bit more in-depth than that. Maybe I should send it to Jack speedrunners when it's done. Be like, hey look, I made the fishing minigame. An actual game. Okay, what did I say I was going to do? High score, stats. Right, okay, how do I write to disk with Godot? Let's figure this out. So, let's just type write to desk. That's not quite right. I think I saw how to do this the other day, didn't I? Ah, shit. Use SQLite with entity framework. Yeah, no. There was a way to write files or something. Fucking damn it. File and data IO. Background loading. File paths in Godot projects. Persistent user data. Here we go. I found it. To store persistent data files like the player's save or settings, you want to use user thingy blah 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 instead of res blah 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 as your path's prefix. This is because when the game is running, the project's file system is likely read-only. The user prefix points to a different directory in the user's device, unlike blah blah blah. Yeah, okay. Unlike this, the directory pointed at by user is created automatically and guaranteed to be writable to even an exported project. The location of user folder depends on what configured the launch is. Yeah, okay. Oh, if application config use custom user directory is enabled in the project settings, the user folder is created next to Godot's editor data path. Alright, okay. Yeah, so Windows, it's app data, Godot, app user data, project name. Okay, that's fine. It doesn't say mobile, but I mean, I suppose it's fine. On mobile platforms, this path is unique to the project and is not accessible by other applications for security reasons. Yeah, it'll be stored somewhere, whatever then. Saving games introduction. Okay, let's just read through the saving games thing, shall we? Save games can be compiled. Can be complicated. For example, it may be desirable to store information from multiple objects across multiple levels. Advanced game save systems should allow for additional information about an arbitrary number of objects. If you're looking for save user configuration, you can use the config file class for this purpose. Did I see JSON versus binary serialization? Oh, it has JSON. Oh, maybe I will use JSON then. Helper class can be used to store variant values in the file system using any style formatting. The stored values are identified by a section and a key. Section, some key, value. Okay. So it's a dictionary. So var config equal new config file. Config set value player 1, player name Steve. Oh, I see. So we got section. So we got a key, another key, and then a result. Is this like... What's this? They show the syntax. That's 3.1. I need the latest version. But yeah, okay, I'll read through that. Thank you. Let's put that here. So in hash saving and reading data. Yeah, okay, this, but C#. As covered in the file system tutorial, we need to open a file so we can write the reader from it, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so var save game file access open user save game dot save file mode flags write. Oh, Jesus Christ. Save nodes, get tree, get nodes in group, persist. So all of the persistent nodes, we're making a var that, and then for each node in save node, each save node, if it's null or empty, it's not an instance, so we skipped. If it has method save, it's, you can check for methods in nodes. Jesus, okay. Skipped, right, and then var node data. So you ask the node to, oh my god, that's complicated. So you're asking every, so you make a function called save, or method called save in all of the nodes. And they, what, that's a weird way to do this. This is like asking every single object in the game if it wants to save some data. What the fuck? It gets all scripts that have the group persist and calls their save method, which serializes the data. Yeah. But, like, I would only have the global controller for that, really. That's an interesting way to do it. It seems a bit convoluted, though. Anyway. Config files. Also, I'm going to ask Faye for my lunchtime soup. The one they have done is for something like Half-Life quick saves, I'd say. Save every entity and such. Yeah, it just saves like every single entity. So when you load again, it loads all of those entities back exactly where there is. The thing is, I'm not going to have like... I'm not going to have mid-game saves like that. Like, I'm not really saving like progression of the game. Like, you'd play until you die and that'd be it. Or you could pause and like just close the game, right? Or minimize the game. Like in a phone, right? Go home or whatever. Oh, that's a good point, actually. Wait. When you suspend... I need to have game suspension detection. So when you suspend the game, it pauses. So on Windows, if you tab out, it pauses. And on mobile, if you switch app or whatever, it'll pause. How do you do that? That's important. I'm going to write that down in the pausing script real quick, just so I remember that that's an important thing I need to do. To do detect suspension alt tab / app switch and force pause the game. Okay, there we go. Write that in my to-do thing quick. So a save file for Skyrim will save every single entity nearby and global data. Jesus Christ. Why don't you just fucking write the RAM onto disk at that point, right? Take the entire game's memory of RAM, put it on the disk. And the next time the game boots up, just like virtual machine, just take that RAM, put it in your RAM and go. This doesn't work, obviously, but it's funny to think about. Anyway, back to save files. So yeah, config file seems simple enough. Yeah, string config get value player name. Okay, yeah. Game hibernation, yeah. Okay, well, let's just try to do something simple. Now, here's a question. In the config file, I could... This seems... Yeah, best score. Yeah, okay. I don't think I need, like, this sort of level of, like, JSON saving every single node's position and parent and all that good stuff and, like, reloading it when you load. Like, that seems unnecessary. Very unnecessary. We do not need to do anything as insane as that. We just need, like... I've probably just used the config file. And in the config file, like here, it has best score, right? So like, that's high score. That's what I need. So just a nice, simple config file writing. It's not... I'm not strictly using it for config stuff. That'd be like settings and things, but I'm not strictly using it for its intended purpose. But I think for my use case of just having a fucking a two-dimensional dictionary is what I would call it. That seems fine for my use case. So let's just use that. Let's just use this config file. No crazy Skyrim style. Oh, just save every single fucking entity that exists. And then reload them when you load the game back up. Like, let's not do that. Let's just use the config file and jank this up a bit. I think that'll be okay. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just config.setValue, right? We can make a config file. How do we load the config file? Wait. Create a simple config file and save it on disk. Oh, this is how you load it. Load and then user. Right, okay, so oh, I see, we save it as that. Yeah, okay. We're just gonna do that. Fuck it. So the global controller, we will... Well, what should handle this? Do I need a file? No, I think the global controller should just have file stuff functionality in it. So, oh yeah, look, add high score file saving stuff is right here, look. So the global controller should handle that. So in the game... when we call change game state... fucking... The gameplay controller is going to be the thing that knows the scores. When we go to gameplay state end, we should report the new high score to global controller, right? No, but the global controller shouldn't be... No, I think the gameplay controller should be the thing that gets the score. We shouldn't be storing that in the global controller. We should just load that from disk on the gameplay controller, right? Maybe there should be a separate controller for scores and such. Like a stats controller or something. Telemetry controller. Yeah, because let's say in the stats, I want to keep like your 5 most recent scores, also your 5 highest scores, also your friend's highest score, you know, or whatever. The gameplay controller is the thing keeping track of the score at that point, but it should be it should report it to something else. It should report the score to something else when at the end of the game. So when we get to gameplay state end, you know, which is when we die currently, if current lives is smaller or equal to 0, the current gameplay state equals gameplay state end. Oh my god, soup. Oh, thank you. Plonk that bad boy down. Oh yeah, thanks. Oh baby, and a spoon, a fork knife even.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. I'm now going to indulge myself in soup while I think about how it. Sorry? Yeah. Okay. Hot. Don't eat yet. Okay. Yeah, I can think about this while I have soup, I guess. But I feel like the global controller should be the thing handling, like, that sort of stuff. But maybe we do just want a stats... Yeah, stats controller. So the gameplay controller could report to the global controller the new score, and the global controller gives that to the stats thing, and then that does stuff. Because, like, yeah, so if you have, like, your best 5 scores or whatever, the main menu, when you look at the stats screen, needs to know about all that stuff. In the end of the game, gameplay to tell stats and global takes it from the stats. Oh yeah, I guess gameplay could just tell stats itself, couldn't it? That is true. I could just, yeah, I should just have a stats controller. That, yeah. So like, I would want to do silly stuff like times boosted, right? The gameplay is going to be needing to tell the stats every time you boost. It needs to +1 that. But the stats shouldn't be writing that to disk constantly. The stats would need to cache a lot of the data before it writes it to disk. So we're going to need like logic for that. And then, yeah, the global controller would have, like, when we change game state, it would commit anything that's in the stats to disk. So you could do, like, whenever we change state, like, stats controller dot commit to disk, right? What happens to the game? And if game crash, what happens with cache? We just lose it. Too bad, lol. Oh yeah, or if you pause. Pausing would also be a good time to write stuff to disk. Yeah, that's true. I just don't want to be writing to disk constantly. But I want, like, Minecraft style, like, times jumped, distance traveled stats, right? But I wouldn't just want the gameplay control. Yeah, no, we definitely need a secondary stats thing. Pause buffering will be fun for your hard drive. Oh yeah, shit, I shouldn't do that. These writes would be so minimal. Yeah, but they'd be constant though. Like every time you fucking move left, distance move to left versus distance to move right, you know. We need to make we'd have a stats thing that, yeah, you tell it every time you move left, we would tell it. And every time we moved right, we tell it. And it can do the maths and be like, oh, they've moved left and right this much, so therefore they've moved in total this much, you know. Anyway, I'm gonna eat soup. I don't know what to do while I eat soup. I could go to the be right back screen, I guess, and mute the music. Yeah, okay. I'm eating soup. Oh my god, the soup was so good. Oh. We're gonna make sure to bring soup with us when we go on our little camping thing, or caravanning thing or whatever. No, I think I like chicken soup the most. Oh yeah. Okay. Where camera? There camera. Okay. Thanks, Faye. Oh, I need to remember to do this. Hello, Discos. It is indeed Godot. How's it going? Hop. Okay, sorry. Right. Yes, so let's make another global object. Another flipping global object. We'll make it stats. But can I do a static? Can you do static in Godot? Actually, I'm going to quick this look it up. Godot C# static. Seems like the internet doesn't want me to use static. Okay, bye Faye. Thanks for the soup talk. I'll just use a fucking auto load node, I suppose. Get out of here. It's just annoying that everything has to have a reference to it if it wants to use it. So yeah, it's kind of annoying. Interesting. Let me just try, hang on. A static public stats class. I mean, you can make it. But is that even going to work? Because it will need to remember things, right? Wait, how does static work again? Oh no, static is what I want. Static is definitely what I want. Yeah, I just want C# static. I'm just going to look this up real quick. Where's W3? Yeah, like, I guess I want static, so let's make a new thing. Everything turned into a static? Oh no, Arco. Oh no. Let's make a new script. Create new script. We'll say stats.cs. Stats. Yeah, just call it stats. A public partial class. We don't want to inherit from node. And we want it to be a static class. We don't want any of this shit. Okay. But then say in basic enemy. Okay, we do public static void yo. And we gd print yo. And then in basic enemy, when it, sorry, in enemy on ready, we do stats.yo. Yeah, okay, yeah, this works how I expected it to work. Yeah, okay. And now every time an enemy spawns, it will say yo in the editor. Yo. Yeah, okay. This works exactly how I think it works. So I apparently I know how static works. Okay, perfect. So, so in stats, we'll want stuff like... So let's do the basic first. Let's do a static public... No, a static int of a high score. And public static int low score. Nice try. Nice guess. And then we will do a public static void of stats latest score. And then oh, we need a public, we need a constructor. How do I make a constructor again? Can you make a constructor? It can not have a constructor. Okay. Okay, programming while watching a programming, it's kind of stupid. Oh shit, you're getting confused, Willis. I can imagine that is pretty fucking confusing, yeah. Static classes do not need constructors. So... when this is made, I want to do some stuff. So at the start, I want to do like high score equals... Yeah, I guess that's fine actually, right? It's just when the game starts, I want this to happen. You can use a CTOR. Put static in front of it. What? Static... stats... Oh shit. Oh, good god. Oh, I just crashed Visual Studio. I literally just crashed Visual Studio. I crashed Visual Studio. Oh no. That is not what I wanted to do at all. Whoops. Loads. Okay, right. We're here again. Okay. I want a static of stats. Okay, it didn't crash that time. Oh, it can have a constructor. So this is like when this starts, when the game starts basically, this will be loaded. And then we do stuff here, right? So if I do gd print yo. So as soon as I run the game, it should just say yo in... Oh, failed to build project. Oh, right, because the enemy is still saying stats yo. Let's try that again. It did not say yo. First time stats gets used. Oh, okay. Oh, that's fine then. Oh, the first time stats gets used, it'll do that. That's perfect. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, okay, thank you. So, whatever. You're going through between both Python and C at the moment. Oh Christ! And here I am in C sharp. Yeah, which is like kind of a mix of both of those, sort of. Not really, but like be like in between those two things. So yeah, so static latest score. So the game controller. Oh, an error occurred in miscellaneous files when attempting to open game controller. Cannot find the file specified. Okay, I guess I'll reopen it. Gameplay controller. You got an ad even with uBlock Origin? I get ads all the time with uBlock. What? So now when like, let's say when so let's do, where's this config stuff? So we would try to load. I would commit with all the errors your IDE is throwing. Oh yeah, sure, okay. Added enemy made enemies polymorphized enemies. Perfect. That's a word. That was the main thing I did, right? Renamed classes. I get ads constantly on Twitch. That's really weird. Supporting the streamer smiley face. Yeah. Main menu controller, pause menu. When I get ads on streams, normally I get the little like you can preview the stream at the top right. I just pop that out with Firefox and just watch from that. So we made enemies, made different enemy.
Ultima Omega 07 gifted Melis a subscription. Ultima Omega 07 gifted a tier 1 sub to Melis. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
That's your first gift sub, Omega? What the fuck? Thanks, Omega. Be gone, ads. Made different enemy types, different classes that all inherit from a abstract enemy class. Renamed controller classes to be consistent. And can I stats? Can I ignore one change for one commit? Is that a thing? Maybe that's not a thing. I guess it isn't a thing, right? You can. Right click, discard changes, ignore file, ignore all, copy file path, copy relative file path, show in Explorer, open in Sublime Text, open with default program. Stage the others and commit staged. Oh wait, I just untick it. Duh! I'm fucking, there's a fucking tick box. I'm such a moron. Yeah, okay, I just untick shit. Right, yeah, okay. Got it. Oh yeah, also game dev revenue. Yeah, that's a good point. And the gift sub was money off. Oh shit, yeah. It's all the things. I'm not doing it in the IDE. I'm using GitHub Windows program. Right, okay, so I've unticked stats for now. Sorry, I know you can't see what I'm doing, but just let me finish this real quick. Renamed controller classes to be consistent. Added first basic run of boosting mechanic to the player. Now, if the edge of the screen is pressed, the player boosts in that direction. I really should have done all of these things individually, right? But fuck it. Whatever, we're done. Right, committing. Okay, now we're working on stats. I really gotta start doing this properly. Whenever I make one feature thing to the game, I then commit it. So stats, when it's constructed, we need to load the thing. So we need to do var config. I hate that. Equal new config file. What does config file return? It doesn't. We don't know. Okay. We must know eventually because it could be... Oh, Jesus. Because it can be a... It's not dynamic. It's a var. So I hate writing var. It returns a config file. Oh, right. Wait a minute. Right. Equals new... I'm such an idiot. Equals new config file. Duh, that is the... that is the type. Right. Yes. Thank you. Sorry. Being fucking idiot. It's even colored. They even color code it. Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright, okay. Floor is made of floor. Error equal config.load. Right, what do we want to call this? User. What do we want to call this file? Because it'll be stored in the blockrist folder. I don't want to call it settings. Just stats, I guess. Stats.cfg. Okay. And then if error does not equal error okay, return. If the file didn't load, ignore it. If the file didn't load, I want to just create a blank one, right? Can you tell the load function to open or create? Load or... Oops, shit. Please. Config dot... Load encrypted? Oh! Save encrypted? No. Add user signal cool. I know you can't see the IntelliSense, but it isn't there, I don't think. Yeah, load encrypted, pass. A password to decrypt it, Jesus. As a parameter to load? No, there's only string path, that's it. And there's save and save encrypted. Yeah, okay. It's fine, I'll just do, if it's not okay, then we just do config.save this, right? Like, that's fine. And then if equal not okay, we do that, and then we return. Is there a specific reason you want to create the file during loading? Well, yeah, if it doesn't exist. We just make a blank one, right? That's all. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. For each string player in config get sections. No, I don't want to do that. We want to do... so let's say we got high score, we got static int latest score, and we got set latest score. And we do, this would do latest score equals, oh yeah, we need int latest score. We do that equals that. And if latest score is greater than high score equals latest score. And then we'd hold that in this, and then we'd have another. We need a public static void commit stats to disk, and then we just need commit to disk, right? It's stats dot commit to disk. We don't need stats dot commit stats to disk. So we'd commit to disk, and then we would do like config. Oh, this needs to be up here. We need to do, so saving is, so we do config.setValue, and it's, the value is section string, so its section would be stats, the string, the key would be latest score, and the value would be latest score, right? I guess we don't need to store. No, wait, we don't need these because they're in the config file. We're just repeating ourselves here by doing this. right? They'll be in the config file. Because I can just do config.getValue. We don't need these. Oh, well, I guess that makes them... We'd want these to be public, I suppose. But then when we write the config file, well, here, we would do config set values. This should be here, and then this would be just like config.save, right? Like this. Well, when you write the config file on game exit or after every run, I said we're going to do this whenever the game state changes, is what I was going to do. Seems like a decent time to do it. But maybe we want these because that makes it easier for like... How can I make these... I know there's a way to do this. Make this public in the sense that things can read it but not write it. I forget how to do that. Get private set. That's it. Thank you. A public static int of this that has get private set. There we go. Why is that? Oh. It was just bad, Grifonga. I changed ages ago. It's annoying though because all of these values I'm setting in config already as a key. Like I can do config.getValue. Maybe these should be methods. Maybe it should be like public static int high score. And that should just be return config dot get value stats the high, right? It should be like that. Why doesn't this work? What does this return? A variant. Returns the current value of the specified action and key. If either the section or the key do not exist, the method returns the fallback default value. If default is not specified or set to null, an error is also raised. Yeah, I definitely want to do that. Yeah, there we go. What did I say the high score was? The current score. It's a U long. Can I explicitly convert type U long to int? Oh, right. Yeah, this is better. So we have like high score. So you do stats.highscore, and then it will fetch this for you from the config. Because if it has to do like maths or whatever, Because if you do like in the config, I want to store how many times to go left and store how many times to go right. But if you do stats dot total move total times moved, I don't want to have to store that. I can just do maths and figure that out. So this is how we want to do this. So this makes way more sense. So we don't do this shit. Yeah, actually, yeah, I literally just realized, like, wait, I should just do, literally as I got here, I was like, wait, I should do high score set, shouldn't I? Yeah, okay, there's an even better way of doing this. Fuck. Yeah, so if I do u long high score, and then we do git. So how do I do this? So how do I do implementation for git and set? Yeah, came to exactly the same conclusion you did, Sneaky, as soon as I, literally the second you typed it. Oh, git and then more curly brackets. Yeah, return this. Oh, Jesus. Okay, we want to break this out a bit here. Oh, shit. Static. Ah! Then we want to set. We do... No, wait. When we set latest high score, we shouldn't be able to set the high score directly. You shouldn't be able to set the high score directly like that, right? But that's what I was trying to do there. I mean, that's fine. How do you do this now? Wait, I'm confused. What's happening? Oh, I still need to do something. How do I just set that? Okay. Right, let's get rid of this. And this can be that. Okay. So I can still set the high score, right? Even if I leave the implementation out, because I do want to change this. So if latest high score is greater than high score equals latest score. Will that still work? It will just set it, even though I haven't written an implementation for setting it. high score to have a normal getting set but initialized in the constructor with the file from config. But that's like, but then we're doing the thing where we're circling around, and now we're about to get to the thing that I literally just had already. I am going to initialize the high score. Hang on, I haven't got to that point. The initialize stuff here is where it's going to go. I haven't got that far yet. Hang on. So we need to do like... high score equals value. Why is there a semicolon? Oh, all right. So that should just work, right? Then we're setting that to that. There we go. Oh, no, wait. No, wait. No, I want to do config dot... What am I doing here? I need to do... config set value highest score. I need to do this, don't I? Value high score. Like that. That's what I'm trying to do here. There we go. High score equal value would set the setter again. Yeah, oh yeah, right, yeah. So does this work then? Like, I just want people to be able to say stats.highscore and get the fucking high score, but I don't want to have to store the high score myself because it's already stored in the config, like, file, which is just a struct. Or a class. Like, it's just a class with a bunch of fucking string values in it, right? Like, we don't need to copy every single possible stat into stats and write it again. But now that's kind of what I am doing, but even more complicated way, because I'm saying this instead. Hello, Cakes77. Thanks for the 102 viewer raid. Hello. I'm struggling my way through this with 10-year out of date game dev C# knowledge. Yeah, hi. Yeah, I'm a speedrunner with a background in game development. Yeah. So this isn't like totally out of the blue. But yeah, I normally speedrun GTA games. It's like I was gonna be a game dev, but then I accidentally became a streamer instead. For reasons. Or maybe start game dev now. I normally do my university's game jam every year, but I've missed it 2 years in a row, and I don't know, I just really miss doing game dev. So I just started doing it. I'm taking some time off from streaming properly to do this. Right now I'm just trying to think of a way of doing this, but like I feel like I guess this is fine, because then I can do the thing I said where, like, yeah, if I track how many times you go left and track how many times you go right, I want to be able to say, what's the total times you did those things? And that'll be easier to do like this. So now let's do public stuff. We just copy this, right? And make it latest score. Get this. Take all of this. Put this here. Put that there. Do this. There we go. and we can do this there, and this will call this and set the value in the config. I like this. Yeah. Anyway, let me show you guys the game quick. It's nothing. There is nothing visually impressive, I promise. But this is what I've got so far. We have a red button. It's going to be a mobile game, which is why it's vertical. But we have a red button. You press the button, and then the gameplay loop starts. And you're just it's just a basic like dropping cube thingy. So a dropping game, I don't know. Jack 1 fishing minigame, I guess. I don't have the elevator pitch for this. Oops, shit. But basically, we're just like, I just wanted to make a simple thing, the simplest possible thing I could think to make, just to make something. I just want to say that, yeah, I've made a video game, here is a link to it, you can download it, right? Like, I just want a thing. And this is based on a really old project of mine from university back like 10 plus years ago. Where I made a little like game for the Game Boy Advance. But that's like just what this is basically. It's just like there's nothing really to it right now. But like you click on the left side of the screen, the cube moves left. You click on the right side of the screen, the cube moves right. You need to hit some cubes and not hit others. The gameplay is like absolutely nothing yet, right? Like I have got nowhere. There's no polish, you know, there's no art. This is like my third day in, and I'm doing things really slowly, just trying to do them right. But that's all this is right now. But right now I'm just working on a stats class, like a static stats class, and I just want to be able to say set the score to this, and it just does it. Wait, I don't even need this then, because latest score. Oh wait. I just realized. So if I do stats, latest score. It needs to do this, and then... Ah, Christ, this needs to be like... It needs to... We need to do if... that... Oh, that's git. Whoops. Whoops. When we set the latest score, we need to be able to do like if value is greater than high score, high score equals value, right? We need to do that. And then we don't have this set latest score function because it's all in the variable with the set. Oh, we don't want private set either. We just want set latest score. That should be a public set. So things will be able to set the latest score, but they can't change the high score. You can only report the latest score. We need to add this into the highest value greater than high score. Oh, sure. Value greater than high score. Yeah, thank you. Stupid autofill catches me out. How viable is C# in Godot? I've read it has some limitations. It does have some limitations, but they get better over time. I'm using Godot. If I do bot Godot, I'm using Godot 4.2 Dev 5, like a nightly build or whatever, like a release build. No, sorry, a beta build, whatever you want to call it. But the reason I'm using 4.2 Dev 5 is because in this version you can build to mobile with C#, like using .NET 7 stuff. So it's getting better all the time. They still want you to just use GD script, but fuck that. The highest score the player has achieved cannot set... can I not have... I thought it would have, like, git set things. Wait, do I do git like this and then set to set? I don't know how to write this that makes sense. Yeah, okay. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. God, this is gonna get real fucking complicated and real fucking massive, real fucking fast. Jesus, like I've made 2 stats. I'm already like this. So I've got latest score, which gets the value from latest score, but if you set it, it checks to see if it's higher than the high score first. If it is, it sets the high score to it and then sets the latest score to it. Right, let's go back to loading stuff. So... Oh, Christ, where's loading? Initialize stuff here, so... Well, no, I guess I don't need to do that because we're initializing here, right? No, wait, what am I saying? We don't need to do that. Because when we get the value... Oh yeah, when we get the value, we'll get it from config itself, and if it isn't a value, it gets 0 as a default. Oh, we don't actually need to do initialization here. Yeah, okay, because it works. We still need this constructor, because we need to make a new config file each time and try to load it. Nice, Spur Banana, hello. I guess we don't need this return here. Yeah, okay. We don't need to do any of that. I'm actually quite happy with how I've written this. This is quite smart. So we got high score, latest score. Shouldn't this be highest score instead of latest score? Because we got... I don't know, whatever. So let's go, okay, let's go to game controller. Let's actually add this, shall we? I'm not actually using RNG anymore. So when we... I don't really know much about SQL, sorry. When we die, we will... Oops, shit. Report the latest score to the... to stats. So we do stats dot latest score equals current score. This is deferred, right? But even though it's deferred, I still want to put it at the end just for my sake. Okay, right. This was a lot of stuff. Let's... Oh, wait. I can't actually display the score at all ever. Hold on. Let's... Where am I displaying the highest score? Let's just do it in stats, I guess. Let's... Well, not in stat. Let's just do it in... I'm not committing to disk yet. That's a good point. Global controller. Here. Stats dot commit to disk. There we go. So every time the game state changes, we do this. I guess that means if the player leaves, if you close the game on the end game screen, it would record it to disk. Hmm. I mean, maybe I could just find the file and read it. How about we do gd.print highest score plus, I need a space, stats.highscore. Let's see if it works, smiley face. That means you think it won't. So whenever we start gameplay, we get highest score equals. Yeah, okay. So we'll start gameplay. Highest score is 0. Okay, I will get a score and then try to die as quick as possible. So it should say 100. Highest score is 100. And now if I close the game and open the game again, highest score is 100. It works. Nice. Okay. So we're recording high score now. Let's try to die again now that I've got 500. I mean, I can't imagine it won't work. Highest score 500. It overwrote. And I can load it up. Highest score 500. Okay. And what happens if I do latest score? Stats.latest score. I'm actually kind of impressed I got this to work. I've never used custom, like, git set logic stuff like that. Latest score was 500. Okay, so let's die with less than 500 score. Let's die with 200. Latest score's 200, highest 500. And now if I restart the game, highest 500, latest 200. Sick, it works. Okay. Good. This system, oh my god, I can't believe it. This system actually works. Amazing. Okay. Hooray! Yeah, I don't know if you can see it, but it says down here, like, highest and latest. It's really tiny. I can't imagine you can read that. But yeah. Sick. What's this? Oh, search. Good. Okay. So stats work. I can make the stats go up and down, and this implementation, though big on the screen and complicated, it just works, and I don't need to write 5 different functions for every fucking stat. So that's really good. Let's make another stat. Let's make public static total score. No. Let's make let's do something like time u long times gone left. Really hates doing this, doesn't it? Git. So we return times meaning count. Yeah. Gone left count. Maybe I can change the name of this in a second. This is obviously a silly stat, right? But This is a fun thing to keep track of. Time's gone left, time's gone right. And in the gameplay controller, every time we handle player movement, we can do stats dot time's gone left plus plus, and this minus minus. No, what? No. no, right plus plus, Josh. No, that's not how that works. Oh dear. Okay, yeah. I wonder if I can find this file and just read it. That'll be easier than printing it out all the time. Config file. It said where it was saved somewhere. It was user. Where are these files stored? File paths. It was app data. Godot. App user data. Unnamed project. Godot test. Block risk Godot. Stats.cfg. Open with Notepad. Or hell, just Visual Studio. Oh, it opened a new fucking window. Yeah, stats. High score equal 500, later score equal 200. It's just written in here. Cool, okay. You can obviously just change this, which is a bit shit. Maybe I should encrypt it or whatever. But that seems unnecessary. For right now. I can encrypt this later if I want. No, don't encrypt save files. Encrypting stats, though. I like messing around with my games. There we go, I found it. Okay. So let's run the game. Oh shit, shift window, Josh. Just play for a bit, but then like intentionally die. Oh no, I died. Right, that output. And then if I go into this, it should say this updated, right? Oh yeah, wow, it just updates live. Oh, I don't think that quite works the way I intended it. Is that like... Does this... How live does this update, I wonder? That's probably... That must be frames, then. Handle player movements called every frame. Oh, of course, yeah, because we're handling the dictionary every time. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's not what I want. It needs to be like, if it changed... If we change direction... We need to do... I need to keep track of the previous direction. I mean, this is like distance, I suppose. Multiply it by delta, you can get time going left and right in seconds. Oh, yeah. Time traveled left, time traveled right. Yeah. That's fun. Let's do that. Yeah. So I just remove the S. Seconds gone left. Yeah, okay. This needs to be a float then. Oh, sorry, you can't see the code when the game is open. Yes. I didn't realize the game was still open. Sorry. So I got seconds gone left, seconds gone right. Oh, and then I need to actually update the key as well. I'm sure I could have found and replaced that better, but whatever. We're like 1 times delta, right? Oh, fuck's sake. Do 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 do. Is that right? Yes, I guess it is. What's this song? Oh yeah, the shirt. Yeah, thanks. I need more just like regular shirts like this. I do like buttoned short sleeves shirts. I just don't have many. That's just the same as delta. Oh yeah. The fuck is wrong with me? 1 times delta. Wow, 1 times, Josh. 1 times. Woo! Fucking. Do you want to do 1 times 1 or any of that calculation? You idiot. This isn't actually strictly correct because delta is the time between the last 2 frames. So this is like if we're going left this frame, we're like, we take the previous time and we say go left then. This isn't even right. So we would need, it would need to be like, if last frame we went left. So it would have to be like, in process, if the last frame we went left. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. I'm not doing this. This is silly. I just need to store the previous direction, and if it changed, then yeah. But it seems stupid to do in the gameplay controller. I'm starting to think this should be in the player script and not in the gameplay controller. Like, I'm starting to change my mind about where this input should be. Because the gameplay controller is calculating fucking directions to move something. And then we just do player.move anyway with these things. And then the player uses these, right? Like, it seems weird. Like, why is gameplay controller handling player movement? Why is the player not handling the player movement? That's literally what the player is supposed to be there for. I'm changing how this works. I don't like this. We're going to take this, which I believe right now is only handling... No, it does this as well. It does that. So we take this, in player, at the bottom, we have this, we remove this. We need the touch stick. It's like the player having to calculate like where the screen was touched is kind of weird though. Ah, it's so annoying. The player calculating where the screen was touched is really stupid. The gameplay controller should be calculating that. But the gameplay controller shouldn't be calculating directions for the player to move. Ah. This frustrates me. There isn't any... I don't like either place for this. Don't fall for the refactor hole, Josh. Finish the game first. Excellent point. Well put. Anyway. Wait, why do we have direction here, but then redo it here? That should not be... That shouldn't be a thing. We should have... I just wish there was a way to make it so... Hang on. There we go. Okay, there we go. I've solved all my issues by just having a direction. Hooray. Right. Anyway. Real men put all the logic in the engine code. Right, so we need like stats... If current direction does not equal previous direction, direction changed. Yes. Thank you. If direction is equal to vector2.left, stats dot times gone left plus plus, else it knew. Did I fuck up the stats? Oh yeah, I must have undone too many times. There we go. Thanks, chat. Okay, right. That should work now. Let's remove this from here. Okay, so the player is keeping track of which directions it's gone. Okay. This is such a... Why am I wasting so much time with a silly stat tracking thing like this? Okay. Oh, but wait. Yeah, it cannot detect when it stops moving. Ah! Right, the direction isn't always the same. Because move isn't called every frame. Move is only called... Ah, Christ. I mean, that's sort of right. As times have changed directions. We need to, like, in process, we need to do this. Hello. Oh, thank you. Yeah, we need to, in process, do this. And then at the end of it, direction needs to be set to, like, null or whatever. None. Hmm. This is a silly thing to get caught up on. Oh, right, we just do... Wait, no, wait, we just do previous direction equal vector free 0 here, right? No, because this might happen after this every frame. Game is covering the code again. If I just do previous direction equal vector to 0 in process, let's think about this. So if this process is first, it will do previous direction equals 0, and then this will assume that the current direction is always different to the previous direction. So that doesn't work. Yeah, this needs to only happen if yeah, we don't move. Fuck's sake. It's such a silly thing to worry about. But I am worrying about it, and it's annoying me. We need the game controller to not actually directly move the player. We just need the game controller to tell it where to move, and then the player actually moves on its own. Right? Ah, that's aggravating. Okay. We need to try to move every time, basically. We need to be moving constantly. Yeah, okay, so... this is where the gameplay controller handling inputs are all pain in the fucking dick. So it needs to be not player.move, it needs to be player set direction. Yeah, because like if I add a limitation onto boosting, the player needs to keep track of its boost. This is just the inputs. The player wants to boost. The human wants to boost. The player class needs to determine whether it can or not. Okay, I'll tell you what. We need current direction is a public, yeah. Why? Okay, whatever. Current direction is public. And we need a public bool wants to boost. And then we have a public bool boosting. That should be wants to boost. And that should be current direction. And then every single frame, we do this calculation. We don't need this. If wants to boost and current boost amount is greater than 0, then this else what? Oh right, it's double. Fuck's sake. Otherwise we do it without the boosting. Also we need a why is this? Fuck's sake. Boost amount and boost multiplier are two different things. Hang on, I'm rewriting this. Scenes, pack nodes, player. I think boost multiplier. Let's build this. Oh, this isn't going to build, is it? Whatever. Boost multiplier should be 2 then. Otherwise, we don't boost and we just current direction instead. Previous direction equals current direction at the end of it. That needs to be a float. And previous direction equals current direction. And then current direction equals vector2.0 at the end of it. And then we go to the next frame. And then in gameplay, and then this move function, we don't use. And the gameplay controller doesn't use this, because this doesn't exist. And instead we don't do this. We do player dot current. Oh right, it's not static, Josh. Maybe player should be static, you know. Where's the player object? Oh, it's player small text. Player dot current direction equals that. And player dot wants to boost equals true. There we go. Okay, fucking Christ. Hey, handle player input. This should be not movement. It should be input, and we don't need float delta. Okay, this is so much better now. Right, this makes so much more sense in my head that the player is the thing handling its movement. So every frame, we do all the usual movement stuff, and we set it to 0. And yeah, if the current direction is not this previous direction, then we know it was changed. There we go. Okay. If the player wants to boost and the current boost amount is greater than 0, we'll set boost amount to 100 when we initialize, and we won't actually consume boost right now. To do consume boost, we'll have to like, yeah, make the boost recover every frame. And then we to do recover boost every frame by delta, please. Okay. Okay. Let's try this. When do you set boosting to false? Oh, right. That's a good point. Else. Oh yeah, at the end of every frame, player wants to boost should be set to false. That's a good point. Good point. Thank you. Otherwise, yeah, we'd be boosting all the time. We don't actually need this variable right now. Okay, whoops. Did I just... Okay, I minimized the game, not closed it. Thank fuck for that. Okay, right, here we go. Okay, so after much refactoring, the player now handles its own input. Thank God. And it moves left and right, and everything is fine, except when I try to boost. Because I think it doesn't have... I don't have any boost. If player wants to boost, and current boost amount is greater than 0... Boost multiplier. Oh, I haven't set the boost multiplier to anything. That's the problem. So boost multiplier is 0. Boost multiplier is 2. There we go. Right. Okay. Okay. Now when I boost, it should actually fucking move. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Okay. But anyway, the player now handles its own input. Oh, sorry. The player calculates its own motion. The game controller still handles the input, but just simply tells the player what. Tells the player object what's the player human wants it to do. Because Good. And now this should track the amount of times I go left and right as well. Okay, let's intentionally die. Let's int. I'm inting, he's inting. Okay. This should have changed the stats. Oh, I guess, yeah, I couldn't actually test this properly. So we'll do in stats, time's gone left. When we set, we'll do gd.print left. That's terrible, but we'll do it. That's absolutely terrible and I hate it, but we'll do it. Right, so every time I go left, it's left. Oh, Josh, you idiot. First of all, that. Second of all, that. Okay, alright, okay, I got there. Okay, right. Go left, I can see it saying going left. Go right, I can see it going right. Okay. And I can switch in between a lot. Yeah. Fantastic, it works. Okay. All of this for a silly stat to track. All of this for a silly stat. Can I wonder if I can detect when the game wants to close and then commit to disk that way. Because if I, yeah, if we do have like a when game close commit to stats dot commit to disk, right? I wonder if it's possible to do that. Oh, hey, look at the bottom. To do add high scores file saving stuff. I did that. Hooray! Alright, so yeah, now we have a stats thing. The stats record stats in this very complicated manner, but it does, and it works, and it's beautiful. And the stats should update. They wouldn't yet because I fucked up, but yeah. Thank fucking Christ for that. So now I could just, whenever I implement a thing, I can just have a little silly stat for it. Just to make sure I track these stats, right? But yeah, we got high scoring, we got later scoring. And now this should have updated. Yes, time's gone left 32, time's gone right 30. Fantastic. Let's remove this GD print stuff from stats before I leave that there forever. Fantastic. Thanks, Gogsy. Let's have a look at this. Handling game closing. Handling crit requests. Handling notifications. Okay. Most platforms have the option to request that applications are quit. On desktops, using some of the X icons. On Android, the back button is used to quit the main screen. On desktop and web platforms, Node receives a special notification WM close request notification when quitting is requested from the window manager. On Android, nevertheless, notification go back request is sent instead. Pressing the back button will exit the application if application config quit on go back is checked in the project settings, which is the default. Yeah. And iOS, get fucked. Got it. Oh, you can't see what I'm looking at. Whoopsie. Yeah, iOS, get fucked. Yeah. Handling notifications done as follows on any node. It is important as built-in behavior to quit when the quit is requested from the window manager. This will be changed so the user will take over the compiling. Okay. So if the notification is this or this. Okay, so in global controller, we'll have a public override void underscore notification int what? What? Okay. If what equals notification WM close request, or what is equal to notification go back request, we do stats.commit to disk. And this should be at the very fucking bottom of this thing, I think. Okay, so now whenever the game closes, it will always commit stats to disk. Okay, good. So we can't fuck that up anymore. Hooray! So I do this. Stats say this. Oh, I need to detect when we tab out as well. Okay, so stats should have changed. Yet they did. Right, but now I'm just going to go left and right a bunch and close the game. And they updated. Sick. Okay, good. Hooray! Stats are now secure. We'll always update. Fantastic. Yeah, how do we detect tabbing out? Maybe I could just look through that W request thing. Global controller. If what is equal to notification application focus out. Oh, there we go. Notification received from the OS when the application is defocused, i.e. when changing the focus to any open window of the Godot instance of the OS or desktop or third-party application implemented on desktop platforms. Okay, so when we focus out, or if what is equal to, maybe there must be a Android equivalent. I know you can't see the OS memory warning. Parented, path renamed, paused. Physics process, post enter tree, post initialize, pre-delegate. Delete, pre-delete, sorry. Process ready, scene instantiated, text changed, unparented, unpaused. Window focus out. Oh, application focus out and window focus out are two different things. We'll try that one as well. Window focus out. We will try to... if current state is gameplay, we will change pause state. We will change the pause state if we tab out. Okay, let's try this. So now if I run the game... Alright, here's the game. It runs. If I tab out, it pauses. And I can tab back in and it will be paused. Ah, look at that. Beautiful. Oh, wait, but now it's... What? What is happening? Why is it not working now? What? What? Why did that only work once? Right, I guess if it is paused and then I tab out, it will unpause, right? I'm like toggling the pause state. I want to set the pause state. I need a... Oh, right, I wanted to do a default bool, didn't I? Right. How do I do an optional variable? Wait. Ah, fuck. That's what I need. I need an optional variable, right? Okay, whatever. I'll figure this out. We need an optional variable. Bool x equals true. Yeah, but that's like, I don't mean like that. That's like... Well, you don't have to include it, right? Wait, is that what I want? Right, yeah, that is what... Yeah, so you can call... I guess I want an overload. Yeah, you can admit it during the method call. So if you don't have this, it will always assume you do want to pause, but that's not what I want. I want, like, a version of this where you don't have to say anything and it will just toggle, and another version where you have to say something. Yeah, it's an overload I want. How do I do that? I don't remember. Let's have a look. C# overload method. Method overloading. Oh, I just need to fucking copy paste it. Ah, really? Ah, that's annoying. I'm gonna have to write all of this again. Pooey. I mean, I guess you probably want bool question mark state equal null. Bool question mark state equal null. What does this do? You can use a nullable parameter. If no input, default to null. Oh, I see. I see. If pause. Yeah, request. If pause. So if the tree is paused, or pause is equal to true. What? I can't or a bool or a bool? What the fuck is it talking about? Am I derping here? Oh, you need to write true. Okay, equals true. Right, okay. Else if... Ugh. Else if get tree paused or pause equals false. I need to do this case again. If it is paused or we want to unpause, we do this. So here we set true. Right. But other times we just want to toggle it. Yeah. Got it. Very clever. This looks like it will softlock at some point. A bool question mark is not a bool. Right, okay. It's a read-only struct. Returns true or false value. You don't handle all cases. How do I not handle all cases? A bool question mark is true, false, or null. Right, okay, I see. What? What a weird... Okay, that's weird to me, but okay. So, if we are paused, or pause equal true, so if we're paused and pause equal false... Oh, wait. If pause equals false, we don't want to pause. We want to unpause. Wait. Ah, fuck, this is messing with my head. So let's say we call this, right? And we are currently not paused. We will pause. So if yeah, it needs to be if pause is null, we rely on the tree. If pause is true, okay, I got it. If pause does not equal null, If pause equals null, then we do this. If pause is equal to null and we're not paused, we will pause. Else, if pause is equal to null, that's the same thing again, what the fuck? And we are paused, we unpause. If pause is equal to null, if pause does not equal null, you have to use pause get value. If pause is equal to null and the tree is paused, or if pause is equal to true.
Oh, hey, thanks.
Finch's Darkwood just resubscribed for
Right.
42 months. 42.
This is what we want, right? Like this. There we go. That's what we want. So if pause is null, then we'll just rely on the tree. Or if pause is true, then we pause. If pause is null and the tree is paused, we'll unpause. But pause is, if it's false, then we'll unpause regardless. Yeah, Jesus Christ, we got there. All right, we got there. Else, wait, what's this at the bottom? Oh, this is only during gameplay. But if it's already paused, it will pause twice. Oh yeah, if it is already paused... Oh right, we're gonna make another fucking... Ah, bloody hell. We want if pause is equal to null or true, that we want this the other way around. Like this. That's what we want. Oh my fucking Christ, this is a nightmare. Okay, there we go. Bloody hell. But then the problem is there's this shit down here. Well, I guess we only want to do this during gameplay. That's fine. Yeah, I need to handle stuff down here as well. Else if pause does not equal null, get tree paused equals paused. Oh fuck. Paused got get, what did someone say? Paused dot get value or something. That isn't a thing. Oh, it's because I'm an idiot. Right, okay. Get value or default. I only have get value or default, get hashcode, get type. That's all I have. I guess this then, get value or default works. Otherwise, this just equals not itself. Jesus Christ, that's a fucking nightmare. Okay. I haven't got the Romics yet, Faye, so I haven't started initiating the giveaway thing, right? Once the Romics turn up, then I'll initiate the giveaway. But no, it is not you. You didn't even donate, Faye. Add braces for the the and or what? So like this. Yeah, like that. Me donating is not in the budget, yeah. That seems convoluted. Yes. I needed to do this differently. Hold on. If previous pause does not equal get tree paused return. Shouldn't it be if it does equal? Wait, what? Shouldn't this be if it does equal? If previous paused and paused is the same. Oh, no, wait. No, yeah, no, that is correct. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Gogsy. We want to do bool should pause. And then we do if no, I think this is the problem here. We only need to do no, I got this. Look. If I take this, right, and we put all of this here, and then if we do pause and it's gameplay, we take this. Oops, shit. Otherwise, if it's... ah, shit. If we're in gameplay, we do that. That makes way more sense. So, we go to pause. If it's... yeah, whatever. We don't need to worry about it. That's correct. If pause is equal to null, so we haven't determined whether we want to pause or not. Maybe I should have just made fucking overload. Maybe an overload would have been better. An overload would have been much simpler. Anyway, if we go to pause, and we haven't decided whether we want to pause or not, so we just want to toggle it. If we just want to toggle it, if pause is equal to null, and the git tree is paused, you can call one overload from another. Right? Oh. Shit, wait, that would be really useful then. Yeah, hold on. You can change one overload from another. Okay, so then we have public void change pause state that takes a bool of pause, right? So then we have if we try to pause and we're not already paused, if we try to pause and we're not already paused, then we pause. Otherwise, if we don't want to pause and we are paused, then we unpause. Right? And then this is the only possible outcome of these. If we want to pause and we already are paused, we just do nothing and we're good, right? Then we have an overload, which is a public void change pause state that doesn't take in anything. It doesn't take in anything. And if we do that, then we just return, we just take it. How did we toggle this before? We just assume that we want to do the opposite of what we are, right? So then we just call change pause state, but with this. Oops, what did I just do? We assume we want to do the opposite to what we are. And then we delete this fucking crazy shit I just wrote, and then we're done. Why did we not fucking do that 20 minutes ago? We could also just name them like set pause state and toggle pause state. Yeah, true. We could also have done that. That would also have worked. But I like this more. So now we have... Okay, and now set when pausing instead of toggling. What? Okay, and now set when pausing. When Alt-Tab. You've completely... You just retype it, because you've lost me. We're doing this already. When we Alt-Tab, we're setting. Right? This is down here. If we focus out, we pause. Alright, yeah, okay. Oh my good god. Alright, let's start. That was super complicated. You deleted your fix for unpause. I deleted my fix for unpause? What fix? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. I'm scared that I've forgotten something. Normally when you type something VitProg, it means I forgot something. Oh shit, right, oh, the previous pause state. If previous paused does not equal get tree dot paused return, right? That was a thing. That was what it was, right? Pretty sure that was what was written. Let me check in GitHub. Global controller. Yeah, that is the same. If previous pause does not equal get tree paused return. Yep. Thank you, VitProg. Always saving my ass. Would have missed that. Okay, right. Okay. Now, after that really convoluted code change, hopefully now, I can't click in the game at all. Oh, because it's paused. It paused in the main menu. When we focus in... Oh, cock. We shouldn't be able to pause in the main menu. If previous pause state is equal to paused, or current game state does not equal gameplay state gameplay, we do nothing. Right, and then that means we don't need these checks either. But we should only be able to pause during the gameplay. Doesn't make sense to pause any other time. Okay, there we go. Bloody hell, man. Okay, now, this time for totally reals, definitely not gonna have to revise this immediately. After this complicated code change, when I tab out, the game pauses. I tab back in, it doesn't unpause, but I can unpause it. And if I tab out, and then I tab out repeatedly, it doesn't keep unpausing itself. But I can still pause buffer, which is important. Okay. Thank fuck for that. Yes, if I tab out the game, it pauses. Right. Let's see if that works on mobile. Probably doesn't. We'll see. I can't even remember what I was doing now. I was doing like stats or something, right? I'm just getting like sidetracked onto these other like functional things. All right, come on, phone. Build the thing with the thing. Okay, here we go. So there's the game. I'm gonna go out and go back in, and it paused. Oh my god, it worked! Yay! Yeah, okay, it pauses if I tab out. Nice. Okay, good stuff. So when the game gets suspended, when you tab back in, it's paused. Oh my god, that's such nice behavior. Oh, yes. Fantastic. Fantastica. Hooray! Good god, pausing is going to be the fucking death of me, man. Oh, and also this is keeping stats now, isn't it? What about swiping notifications? No, it doesn't look like that works. If I swipe up notifications, the game doesn't pause. But I mean, I don't know. Yeah, whatever. We'll just live with it, right? Like, that's fine. I think tabbing out of it is good enough. Okay, wonderful. That's a good quality of life change. But Jesus, was this complicated. But yeah, just using an override, yeah, calling the other version of itself from within the override was really smart. Whoever suggested that, you're a fucking genius. To just have the regular change pause state, and then just like figure out whether we want to pause or not from that, and then we just have one fucking boolean to mess with, and not all this complicated, like weird free phase boolean that can also be a null. Right? That was really good. That was nice. Okay, and we can only pause during gameplay because, you know, that makes sense. Fantastica. Okay. Yeah, when the game closes, it commits the stats to disk. Yeah, that's good as well. Cool. Okay. Let's commit that to GitHub. So what did I do? I added stats, moved player logic to player, and added more pause functionality. So added a static stats class that stores various stats to disk with intelligent git set variables. Moved players movement logic to the player class, and only have inputs left in gameplay controller. I like Godot a lot, YPOC. I like it a lot. I need to get used to it more, and I'm obviously only doing 2D stuff right now, but I've barely scratched the surface, so yeah. Added Alt-Tab detection to pausing and refactored pause code. Now, pausing can either be toggled or requested to a certain state. Done. Commit. Boom. Okay, wonderful. Cool. Oh my god, it's 4 PM. Jesus Christ. Okay, I guess I need to start wrapping this up a bit. What is there left that I want to do real quick? Could just add more stats, but it's kind of silly, I suppose. Blocks hit stat. Oh, fuck. Lives lost. Shoot enemies, question mark. Oh yeah, we could have oh yeah, hours in game would be good. We could have oh shit, there's so many notes I need to write down real quick. So enemy type. So add shooting. I'm gonna add this as a to-do, not a note. There we go. Yeah, the rectangle in the corner is the pause button. There's obviously no graphics yet, right? It's kind of bad. That's a good. I can do that. I mean, you can shoot the spiky blocks. No. No, where would the button for that be? No, absolutely not. But having an enemy that does that is just a good idea for an enemy type. What else was I thinking when I was just playing then? Oh yeah, the stats, right. Add time spent playing stat. Add. Oh, I can add the blocks hit stat like right now, right? Oh, I don't want that one. I want shit. This one. Blocks hit. Annoyingly, I'll have to add that to every individual player hit function. In the enemies, even though every enemy should have it, but it's an I'm getting like it's abstracted, isn't it? That's annoying. So this is a thing that every enemy will do, but because that function mostly has other stuff, I'm gonna have to copy paste it every time. Well, I mean Q3 every time as well anyway. Whatever, man. Call it when you call on player hit. What? That's what I'm doing. Stats blocks hit when it's on player hit, but I mean I have to do it in every one. Yeah, extracting it to another function would be whatever. It's fine. I'll just do it like that. That's fine. And reached bottom, we can have blocks missed. Oh, blocks? Is that what we're calling them? Not enemies. I guess so. Obviously there's no art, right? We'll just do this for now. Blocks hit is kind of useless because it's sometimes good and sometimes bad. Doesn't matter. It's a fun stat to know how many you've hit in total, right? We could track every single individual, like, times hit basic enemy, times hit spiky enemy, right? You know, I'm starting to feel like there was a better way to do this, where I just... No, because it has to return a variable, doesn't it? I could do a dynamic. We could have just had a public get stat. The public get stat that took, like, the string of the key. And then we could do, like... get value, config get value of that stat, and return public dynamic, right? And then we could return whatever. Public static dynamic.
Oh, hey, thanks.
Beardo Funk just subscribed.
And then we could just return, give the stat and return it, but then all the things need to know how the stat's going to be returned, right? Because here we could just do stats bracket, stats dot set stat, close like bracket, then we just blocks missed. Oh, and then I need a value. Oh yeah, no, actually I'm happy with how this is working. No, fuck it. It's obviously, this is a bit big, the code's a bit bulky for it, but all of these things just work, right? So it's okay. Thanks, Beardo Funk, for the converting from a Prime sub to a Tier 1 sub. Hello. Ah. Yeah, I keep getting sidetracked adding, like, non-gameplay things, don't I? Yeah, player times boosted or whatever. Game dev stream revenue, thanks. I noticed the view count keeps going down over days. The first day I did this, the stream was at 400 views. The second day it was at 300. This is the third day and now we're at 200. Is tomorrow when I do this, are we going to have 100 viewers? Right? And then the fifth day I have less than 100 and I stop streaming this forever, right? Because I'm killing my channel doing it. Right? If it's linear like that. And hello, Null Yuki. Negative count next week, yeah. Okay. God forbid what happens when I put this on YouTube. Jesus, man. Maybe you should use dynamic and unsafe, making things more spicy. No, I think I'm going to call it a day there. I don't think there's much else I want to do, right? What is in my to-do list? I know you can't see my to-do list, right? Bait people with SA, then switch to game dev. That's what I did with Vice City the other day, and it didn't help. Add shooting enemy that shoots bullet. Add gameplay intro stuff. Add gameplay outro, end, death screen, high score stuff. Implement alternate / slider control scheme. Implement some kind of difficulty scaling. Fix out render order. Yeah. Add an intro. Add options menu and add the other control scheme. Detect suspension. Oh, hey, I did that. Detect suspension, alt tabs, and force pause the game. We did that. Hooray! Nice. I don't know why that was in pause menu. Implement boosting amount. Yeah, currently we just, whatever. Josh, does your delta time take pause into consideration? Well, what do you mean? Like, if it didn't, the player would fucking shoot off massively to the right as soon as I unpaused. Which it clearly doesn't. Well, that was me boosting, but yeah. So I don't know what you mean. What else we got? Implement boosting amount. Recover boost every frame by delta, please. Consume boost. That's what implementing boosting amount is, whatever. Add time spent playing stat. Yeah, and add times boosted. Yeah, okay, that's all on my to-do list right now. But otherwise we have difficulty system, initial player size, boost bar display. Yeah, I haven't really added scaling or anything yet. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just like taking this slow and doing what I want to do, right? Just for fun. Just doing whatever I feel is fun at that moment. I mean, the game's definitely a lot more playable now. Even on PC, the controls are a bit shit, obviously, but it works. But there's just, yeah, there's no difficulty, so we just sit here forever. Okay, buy music, apparently. I know, I hit one. Okay, here's a question. Let's do the set seed thing. How do I want a... In global controller... Maybe I just change global controller to be a static, you know, instead of a node. I feel like I should do that. Right? What if we don't inherit from node? Oh, we need process mode always. Oh yeah, because we need to actually get processed, don't we? Yeah, no, it can't be a static thing like stats. Because we need to be getting process stuff for the global controller. Yeah, no, this is better as a node. Stats is like, yeah, it doesn't... We're not updating this every frame or whatever. No, okay, fine, no, it's fine, the way it is. What? I hate this. There we go. Stupid name. Is there anything else I want to rename or anything? No, it's all this stuff. Oh, test.cs. I should probably delete this, right? I don't need this test.cs anymore. Yeah. I can get rid of that. And it'll be in my GitHub history if I need it. Do 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 do. Just trying to think of what I could do quick in the limited time I have before I want to stop, but not really that much. Like the difficulty stuff, I keep putting off the difficulty stuff. Oh right, the random seed, that's what I wanted to do. That was what I was thinking about. I was thinking about having a static random that everything uses, instead of having like a one here. So the gameplay would have... I can't have a static thing in a class like this, can I? Oh, can I? Oh, what the... I can do. Oh. Oh, you can have static Oh. Oh. Okay. Then gameplay state should be a static, right? Sorry, a current gameplay state should be static. There's a bunch of, well, maybe not a bunch of stuff, but some stuff that I just want globally accessible everywhere. Well, I guess not current gameplay state, but this, for example. Yeah, okay. In that case, I want to have, okay, and then I don't need this here. Because then if I have a single RNG that everything the gameplay uses... Oops. If I have a single RNG that the gameplay uses, then it's theoretically possible to like not overuse it, so like we can have the replay thing work, right? So you are not using Godot's internal RNG. I was not aware of Godot's internal RNG. Random number generator. Random number generator. Based on a time-dependent seed. Yeah, exactly. Don't use it for local UI effects, and don't use it for, like, if I had stars in the background, making them, like, glitter at random times and stuff. Oh yeah, right, thanks Fintas for 42 months of tier 1, sorry. I was in the zone or whatever, I keep doing that with subs today. Thanks. You set the seeds, get the state. Oh, advance the internal state, look. Then you can restore the state. Interesting. Huh. Interesting. What would be the advantage of using the Godot one over the C# one, though? Like, I don't know if that's necessary. Like, if I was using Godot script, it would be very necessary. Yeah, let's try let's try a fixed seed now and see what happens. Gameplay controller, random 1337. So let's have a seed of 1337 and see what happens. So we have spiky on left, spiky on right, cube on right, cube on left, spiky on left. Okay, did we all remember that? Spiky on left, spiky on right, cube on left, spiky on left. Yeah, that looks pretty correct to me. Yeah, I mean, so that works. I was thinking just for the seed, I was gonna get like the current Unix timestamp, and then record the seed. Can you get the seed? You can get the seed. Get seeds, yeah. It says it's time-based, right? Random number generator is a class of generator. Pseudo-randomness currently uses this. What is this? Random number generator. Okay, so it's some special kind of random number generator. Okay. Just use a different random to generate the seed, then you don't have to mess with Unix timestamps. I suppose. Initializes the random number generator so better as the given seed value. So you can see a reduced sequence of pseudo. Yeah. No, the RNG does not have an avalanche effect on the output. Blah 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 blah. Where did I see something about time based? Based on a time dependent seed, yeah. I feel like just using the C# one is fine. Like, I don't need to... I'm sure Microsoft or C# or whoever makes these things probably made a pretty decent random number generator. Anyway. What are you using the RNG for? Yeah, like where to spawn the enemies and what enemy to spawn and stuff. But I want it to be like... I want the seed to be replicatable, okay? Or whatever. So can I get the seed? RNG.seed. Oh, maybe I can't get the seed in Microsoft's one. Oh, I guess I can't. Okay. Yeah, and I want it to be repeatable, yeah. Okay, I guess I am using this. But it doesn't show C# code, it only shows Godot script. It might not even be usable. No, you can get it.
Romania's 2020 just subscribed.
What do you mean you can get it? I just checked. RNG dot next double, next bytes equals get hash code, get type, next bytes, next double, next int 64, next single, to string. There isn't a get seed. I know you can't see IntelliSense, but I'm looking at through IntelliSense. That's all there is. Oh, type Can't. Right, okay, sorry. Sorry, my bad. Thank you. Thanks, Romanius 2020 for the 6 months. 6 months of tier 1 in advance. Thank you, Jesus. Random number generator. So this is the Godot one. Random number generator, RNG, equals new random number generator, and we make this a public static, and we get rid of this. Okay. So can I do rng.seed? I can. Initializes the random number generator state based on the given seed value. A given seed will reproduce. Yeah, okay. So I can get the seed like that. Or I can retrieve the seed, right? Oh, I suppose, yeah, if I use the C# one, if I give it a seed, I know what seed I'm giving it. I can just record that. Right, yeah. Duh. I could just do that. Yeah, that's a good point. I'll just RNG up a seed and then record that seed. I don't know, I'll just use the Godot one, whatever. It's fine. So let's say I delete the gameplay controller, I create a new one. Will it make a new RNG? No, I want replays to be verifiable halved. And I also want replays to just be a series of inputs.
Mr. Fogg just resubscribed for 10 months. Hello.
Hello.
10 months. Also nice shirt.
Thanks. No, because it's static. Yeah, okay. Then use the same seed. I know about using the same seed. That wasn't the concern. I have understood using the same seed of the RNG the entire time. This was not the concern of anything. Yeah, but if it's static, it won't. So I'll have to, like, when we're ready, I should just make a new one each time, right? So, we should, RNG dot seed. Is that how I change this? Randomize. Yeah. Initialize the random number based on the given seed value. Yeah, we just randomize it every time, right? So we just do RNG dot randomize. Oh, I should probably get rid of these as well. Create a new RNG seed. And then I can record the seed, can't I? Record the RNG seed. And then, yeah, I would do RNG.seed. Yeah. Obviously, I haven't implemented replays or anything, and we're getting way ahead of ourselves. We're starting to implement replays before there's any kind of gameplay at all. But I just want this fundamental stuff done. Record the RNG seed, so we just have, like, I don't know, man. A fucking public static. What is the seed? It's an int. RNG seed. Question, does the game actually happens something? What? Yeah, thanks Mr. Folk for 10 months of tier 2. Yeah, I like this shirt. Does the game actually happen something? This still doesn't... I don't understand the question. What? You long to an int. Oh, the seeds. It says it's an int, but apparently it's a U long. Okay. Sure. The website says it's an int. It's right here. Int seed. Did you manage to implement the gameplay? Oh, yeah, I have some gameplay, but not a lot. It's nothing special right now. It says int seed. What? I'm on the latest 4.2. What the hell? Why is it just wrong? Okay, create a new RNG seed, record the RNG seed. You generate the seed, you store it, then what are you planning to do with it? Again, once I implement process is always called the same delta time. If not, that might desync. Is process always called with the same delta time? If not, that might desync. Oh, the order in which stuff is... Look, we'll worry about this later. All I know is I need to do this for now. Hello, Wayno. I was literally about to finish. I'm recording the seed because when I do the replay files, I want to record the seed that was used and then blah, 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 blah. Yeah. I'm sure stuff will get processed in the same order, right? But yeah, for right now, this isn't necessary for anything. So we don't need to do this. Why do you need the seed in the replay anyway? Okay, I'm going to stop answering questions about this because we're going around in horrendously large circles. To do, record the RNG seed and store it somewhere for replays. Okay. Apart from the seed, you would also need to record all the input. I know, and I will. Ah! Chat, here is the entire plan. Okay, so in the future, if we wanted to have high scores for the game, I was going to have a server where you could store the high scores for the game in order to not just have random user-made like bullshit high scores stored to the server because it's an indie game and I can't do cheat detection. I was going to have a replay system similar to how Trackmania does it, where at the start it records every single input that the player makes, the entire game, and you can play it on the server to validate it. You like simulate the game to play back the inputs to see if you get the same end time at the end to see if the replay is valid. In this, though, I have random, whereas Trackmania doesn't have random elements. So I need to record the seed of the random number generator and use the random elements very carefully, only in the gameplay, so that if I record the random number generator seed and play all the inputs back with the random number generator, it will all come out the same with the replay, and it'll be verifiable on a second-party machine, and the replays will be replayable, okay? I understand all of this. That is the entire plan. It is to do... And it's just a possible thing I do in the future if I care enough about this game to have verifiable replays for it. I'm just doing it just in case, okay? That is what is happening. We're done with RNG. We're not going to talk about this anymore because everyone just keeps losing their fucking mind about this. Alright, how do I get RNG with the thing? It's rand... I want a rand float between... Yeah, randf is what we want. RNG.randf. There we go. And then here we want... that's a... not a floating point. So we want a rand I range for this. And that should function exactly this... Nope. Oh, I guess a rand f range then. What? What is happening here? Does not contain a definition for... Random number generator does not contain a definition of rand f range. What? Oh. Is it capitals? Seems to be. Wait, hold on. Go wait. Okay. What? Gameplay controller. Dot. RNG. Dot. Rand F range. That's what we want. Okay, it's written differently on the website. There we go. Okay, Christ. I got there in the end. Okay. So, enemy's position equals rand F range. Yeah, okay, so currently the only things using random are the spawner, and it determines whether to randomly spawn which one of the enemies. Currently it's just like, you know, one or the other. This is a terrible solution for this, but it's fine. Only looking at GD script examples. Oh, right, yes. That's written in, that's for GD script. You're right. Yes, that's what's happening. Yeah, there aren't, and there's no C# button for this bit for some reason. I guess I just anticipate you'd use the default one. Whatever. Anyway, yeah, that's why it's not wrong. Not trolling. You should test again to see if setting the seed works the same way with the Godot RNG. Oh yeah, that's a good point. We should do that, shouldn't we? We should do RNG. Comment this out a sec. Do RNG dot seed equals 1337. Very good point. We should do that. 40 raiders from Tin Boudet have joined. Hello. Hi. What? Hang on, let's see how this works. So one there, one there, one there. So right, right, left, middle, left. Do we remember that? Right, right, left, middle, left. Yeah, that seems correct. Fantastic. Okay, so setting the RNG seed does also work. But yeah, thanks Tim Bidet for the 40 viewer raid. Hi. Unfortunately, I was about to end stream. Maybe I could find a game dev stream to raid, couldn't I? I wonder if there's anyone else doing Godot. Yeah, so setting the seed works here as well, which is good. Okay, fantastic. Yeah. I feel like now, how long did it take for backseating to be banned? It isn't banned. I guess I don't have backseating allowed in the title. I should have done that. Let's see. So the enemy is using random to determine a thing. Yeah. Good. If anything, it's more random now because we have a float range instead of an int range. So that's good. But yeah, we can record the RNG seed and use it for replays if we need to. Good. Okay. I think I am quite happy with progress for today then. Let's do a end of day recap on all the things we achieved. So I just got, oh god, I can't remember all the things now. What else did I do? Let's write a commit. Hang on, actually, let's added some stats. Hang on. I know you can't see the GitHub thing. Added some stats. Gameplay controller. What did I do there? Oh yeah, changed RNG system. So added some stats for blocks missed / hit, and changed RNG from C#/.NET 1 to Godot 1 for better seed control. else did I do? That was about it, right? Yeah. Commit to main. Okay. So, what did we achieve today? We polymorphized the enemies so that we could have the different enemy types. Right? Yeah, so main enemies, we made an inherited class, so an abstract class of enemy so that all the enemies can just be of type enemy and just only implement the things that they do differently. We renamed the controller classes to be consistent. Added the first basic run of boosting mechanic. Yeah, if you touch the edge of the screen, you boost in either direction, which is okay for now. Then I added stats, a ton of stats. Yeah, and added basic boost logic to the player. Nothing crazy, but also moved like where the player's movement control and stuff was stored. Oh yeah, added Alt-Tab pause detection. So if you pause, if I tab out of the game, it pauses, which is great. And if you tab out on mobile, it also pauses. Oh yeah, the stats, the static class, player music, alt tab, and then I added some more stats, and I changed the RNG. So now that it's I changed the RNG so now that it's repeatable if I want to. I'm not currently doing that, but say in future if I had replay files or whatever, or verifiable high scores, the seed would be pretty essential. Maybe I could let people write a custom seed in, so you could try to hunt for the perfect seed or whatever. Whoops, I clicked out the game. Good thing it paused. Okay. Yeah. Still haven't really done that much gameplay stuff, but it's getting there. Like, obviously this is like super unpolished. Graphics would go a long way, and graphics would go a long way. Sound is also a thing I'm not really sure how I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have to just get music and stuff. But yeah, at least it works. I mean, it's like totally playable even in this state. Boxes gathering other boxes and avoiding rhombuses. Yes. Yes, fuck. We hate rhombuses here, or diamonds, or whatever you want to call them. Okay. Cool. Okay. Well, that'll be me done for today. End of day 3. That's what the game looks like. Fantastic. I think I forgot to record the YouTube. Press the YouTube record button a bunch. So I have no idea what this is going to look later, but look like later on YouTube. But yeah. Endless Runner. I would call it an arcade game. I clicked out the game again. But yes, I suppose. Add combos with score multiplier? No. We're going to do like difficulty scaling. Like the score's just going up by 100 each time right now, which is nothing obviously, but we need to do like the like difficulty logic and then figure out how that would affect the score. Yeah, I'm happy with how the controls are. On mobile, they're a lot better than they are on PC. But that's fine. I'm making mobile first at the moment. PC is like a lot easier to do. I just do keyboard controls, right? Imagine if the cubes were ROMics. Yeah, I know. But then their size gets messed up if I do that. Because right now that this is like a 1 by 1 pixel, the texture, and I'm just setting their size in the editor to like 128. If I make them a ROMic, I'd have to change their size to like 1, and then it's gonna fuck everything up. Mobile is Leap Apple. Well, yeah, I'm making a little mobile game. Would be. Oops, shit. Ah, bugger. Oh no, I'm gonna lose. This is gonna be recorded as my high score, isn't it? Oh yeah, I can look at my stats at the end of this. Now I have stats. Oh, don't hit those, Josh. Okay, I need to not try hard this, otherwise I'm going to be here forever. Because obviously there's no difficulty right now. It's like 1 cube per second. And it's so easy to win this. But this is a lot more fun on mobile, like tapping the screen to move left or right, as opposed to clicking. But I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I got 10 million off stream chat. Yeah. We're up to 200,000 to 20,000. Oh, baby. I'll lose any minute now. Oh, fuck. Okay, that's right. That's right. Okay, I should probably just end this. Alright, I'll just end it. I'll be there forever otherwise. Yeah, and the stats. There you go. My high score, which is also my latest score. And I like going left more than right, apparently. And I've hit 148 blocks, and I missed 138 of them. Or dodged, maybe, or whatever word we should use. Okay. Thanks a lot for watching, everyone. I'm done for now. I will find someone to raid. So, if you want to stick around for that, you can. I'm going to have a quick look in, what is it? Game and software development? Oh, browse. Browse. Creative. Game and software development. Who else is doing something Godot that I could see? Someone's doing stuff in Godot. Let's raid them. I'm going to raid Play Dungeon Mans. I assume they're making a Dungeon Mans game. We can raid them. I don't know anything about them. We'll soon find out. Thanks a lot for watching. See you next time. Bye.